everyone. Welcome to Born No Travel Required SuperCon, the first one on the Bill of Rights Network. And we welcome everybody. And we got a few people jumping in. How's Denise?
Denise is fine. Very excited to hearing what everybody wants to tell us. I want to
Right.
hear all these. I want to learn something tonight.
I do too. And folks, you're used to watching our shows where we're on here asking questions. This won't be this way tonight. You're going to be witnessing a real Paracon style. When the speaker comes up, they'll be on the screen. Ask your questions, and when they get to the end of their talk, we'll bring the questions up on the screen for them. So it's going to be an exciting and it's going to be interesting because we've never done it like this before.
I think, well, we have had a change in the lineup due to personal thing. Nick White won't be here at least from 6:15 or from 5:15 to 6 o'clock. We're going to have Cheryl Ann Elliott Fletcher is going to come on in his stead. So we did have a little bit of something change, but so far nobody else has contacted me to say I can't do it. So I am looking forward to it. We've got some great topics, and I just can't wait to see what's going on.
No sound.
Check your settings, please. And I don't know.
Really,
you can't hear me, so why would I? Susan,
I don't know. I can hear you just fine.
Susan, can you hear us?
But
no sound.
We are live on the Bill of Rights Network. We're live on Things Network on Facebook. We're also live on the Japan Paranormal Facebook page. And tonight, for the first time, we're live on the StreamYard webinar on air. So if you're over there watching, please let us know. Susan can hear us. So Lee, check your sound or something. But let's see. We got about 12 minutes before our first guest comes on. And make sure you tune in because at 9 o'clock tonight, you're going to see a roundtable with all the speakers up on the screen where me and Denise will be asking them questions and anybody in there. Facebook user, if you go to StreamYard.com/Facebook, you can give them permission to use your name. That way we know who you are.
And we're going to highlight a couple different charities within the event tonight. The ones that I chose is it's the Veterans Community Project. So if you want to search it yourself, you can just search VCP and you'll find it. It is
Lee, which Facebook are you on? He still can't hear us.
Who's that?
Yeah, I don't know which one it would be. We've got.
If he'll let us know which Facebook he's on, we could probably tell him. Lee, if you have to go to the Bill of Rights Network on YouTube, we're live over there too.
Yep, and we're also live on the Paranormal Pride YouTube and Bill of Rights. Let's see what else. We're
on our
all
Bill of Rights Twitter account.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Do people actually? We never see any comments from Twitter.
You don't get to see the comments from Twitter.
Okay.
You have to go to Twitter to see who followed and watched. It's not growing very much. I'm not worried about it.
Okay. Well, hopefully
we don't do Twitch anymore because we had too many bots coming in.
Let's do this. Try.
Hello, Evelyn.
You can't hear us.
Welcome, everybody. We got about 9 minutes before our first guest will come on, the first speaker tonight. So bear with us as we go through this whole ordeal of doing this Paracon the way we're trying to do it.
So like I said, we're going to highlight some veterans charities tonight as well. A lot of the companies we work for, if you have a corporate job, are matching donations. So you might want to check through there as well. But we're highlighting Veterans Community Project out of Kansas City because they have built a lot of little houses for veterans. There's at least 40 just, on the Kansas City, Missouri side. And they have decided to build in other cities as well. So there's also Longmont, Colorado, and St. Louis that already have communities up. And they're working on ones in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Oklahoma City, and Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's great to get our homeless or our veterans that are homeless off the streets. So, and they help them find jobs and do a lot of different things with them. So I would hope that you guys would, when we share that you'll be willing to donate to a good charity. And so it's an amazing project.
It really is. I mean, the Kansas City one down here, they've got some beautiful little mini homes, the tiny homes built for the veterans down there. And all donations go down there, help them to build more places and get more land to build more of them down in the city. But this Paracon here is ran by veterans or families of veterans, like Denise and Ron. Ron's a veteran. And we're doing this for the veterans. One of the commercials I'll have for a book tonight is done by a veteran. So you'll be seeing that.
So here we go. I can add this in there and people can see it. So that's what they've done here in Kansas City. And the thing is that's in an area where, 89th and Troost, it's a family area. It's by one of the schools.
Is it a walking area to stores and stuff like that?
They're a little bit of ways. They're not that far. If it was on Warnell, then yeah, I guess you only have to go over about one major block over. So I guess it's like
we'll have to get down there and check that place out, because I'll bet you they've got a van that takes the veterans to the store and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's not that bad. I mean, you figure Waldo is 81st or 83rd. So, and this is at 89th. So it's not that far to the Waldo area. And there's a grocery store and stuff right there. So neighborhood market. And, but yeah, I give, we had Giving Tuesday on Tuesday this week, and our company matched our donations 3-1. So I was able to give, I gave $30 altogether. I mean, they gave $30 for what I gave. Plus, they gave me an extra $5 to give to any charity I wanted to give to. So, $35 to these smaller projects makes a difference, and they're happy as pie to get it.
Yes,
so
they are.
And we're going to highlight a couple other charities throughout here. So, anybody who's wanting to get more information, please let me know, and I'll make sure you share it. But yep, just go to veteranscommunityproject.org, and you'll be able to find the organizations that I'm talking about. And they said those houses, they look so nice. We can go do a tour too. If anybody's in Kansas City, you want to go do a tour, they do tours every day. It takes about 45 minutes to go walking through there and get a tour. So.
But there's the website on there that she had up that if you want to donate, you can go to that website right there and donate if you're able to.
So that's what we're doing this for, is for awareness. And if you have any questions, let us know. And so our lineup tonight is going to be Cheryl Ann Elliott Fletcher. She's going to be first. I don't know what she's going to be talking about, since she just dove in there to help us out. And I'm so happy to have good friends like that. And then after her will be Heidi Taylor, then Rex Nielsen, and then our keynote speaker for tonight is David Glidden. So, I hope you guys will all hang around and ask lots of questions. and just
And
have
share
a good
this show out is to everybody you know.
hmm So, but we're looking forward to hearing all your questions and hearing everybody speak. So,
Right. I'm going to play the video real quick. You put that up for the veterans. And this is where's it at here now? There it is. Very good friend of mine that's going to be joining the Billerites Network next week. He's a veteran. He's an actor. He's an author. And he does a lot of stuff to help veterans.
The time the world around us was falling apart, I answered the call. I left and you called me a hero. When I returned, you didn't care. Now you treat me as an outcast? 22. That's how many of my brothers and sisters die each day. 22. Every day I struggle with my demons. Every day is a war that I feel I'm losing. Every day I wonder if I'll be number 22. I fought so you could keep your freedom. The least you could do is acknowledge my existence.
That's a book, Veterans Homecoming by Santiago Cirillo. And I have a hard time saying that once in a while. But it's a fantastic book about the struggle that he had coming back from the war with his PTSD. So everybody, if you can go over there and purchase one of the books, it makes a great gift to give out to somebody.
yep, it will. I mean, his story and the time that he gives to veterans every day, it's not, oh, I'm just giving lip service. He's out there every day. I remember him talking one day, talking about bringing a homeless guy into his home that was a veteran that needed help. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't bring a stranger to live in my home. So I just can't.
I know he does a lot of amazing stuff. You can find him on Anchor FM, Spotify, and on Facebook Live, where he'll be coming to the Billerites Network at 2:00 in the afternoon each day. So it's going to be, he does a lot of talk on mental health, but he makes you laugh. So he's always got me laughing like crazy. But we got about a minute and a half, and we'll be bringing Cheryl Ann up. So everybody just share this show out like crazy, because I know Cheryl Ann's going to have a great presentation. I love listening to her.
I do too. I'm just grateful that she answered the phone today.
Yes.
So
She was lucky she was on Facebook. You're
like I
the
said,
first name I came down to on Facebook.
so, but I'm grateful to have such good friends, and that's kind of what this is. This is a friends conference, and I think maybe that's how I should have billed it. Instead of no travel required, I should have billed it as a friends conference, because
the Friends Paracon is what we should have probably called it.
So it works out well. Regardless, both words would have described it: no travel and friends. So who could ask for better friends than this?
Exactly. So we might as well get ready to bring Cheryl Ann Fletcher up and let her do her presentation. So everybody in the chat room, put comments in there to welcome Cheryl Ann up here.
Welcome, Cheryl Ann.
Well, hello, and my thanks to you for allowing me to do a guest speaking event with you tonight, and to be able to bring great things to the paranormal realm. And as we all know, the paranormal realm is in a very interesting conversational piece with many people, from skeptics to people that have actually worked in it, people that have really dove deep into it and made books, movies, and they promoted the paranormal in various ways, all the way from making movies and becoming filmmakers and being able to get the messages out there that is so extremely important to people that have no concept or would like to get into it, or are a little skeptical about it. But we certainly know our paranormal families. We know what to do in the paranormal, what we have to do for the paranormal, and to be able to bring great things to the audience. And the one things that I think that was really important that you said, Denise, that I would like to point out is that friends and travel. It's interesting how you said travel, friends, travel. Do you understand that? I know people that work in the paranormal do know that our afterlife families are also friends, and by golly, they do travel all around us every single day. And ever since I've been in the paranormal, which has been ever since I was 11 years of age and had a near-death experience, whereas I came back with being able to effectively and accurately visit with the afterlife, and being able to hear their stories, being able to present actual live things that have happened to me in the paranormal, whereas I've had people that have been great witnesses to what I do, as well as been a part of what I do for the afterlife. I do not do what I do, which is, do ghost hunting, being able to be a team leader, to be able to provide accurate information for teams that want to have me on board with their team to be able to go and do a ghost hunting event. I'm able to do that for them, give to them what they obviously are not hearing. So I'm able to hear effectively for them what the messages are from the afterlife, and bring it to face forward to people to be able to hear it and understand it through me speaking it, as well as audio, as well as being filmed and having the same information come across that I've already said. So it's been a really amazing time in my life to be able to work with several people throughout the United States and abroad, be on many blog talk shows, to be able to present such cool stuff. Like, for an example, effective EVPs, things being caught on camera, things that have actually physically happened to me, and or being in a crowd of people and be able to all of a sudden instantly tap into something, like as in a spirit that's really wanting to get some information out there, and I get to be the lucky person in the room to effectively get that across to the message where it needs to go, and or be able to say things that the group needs to hear because they're seeking it, and we're all seeking it. And when we're doing it in the right way, which would include, being compassionate, being able to be effectively open to it and not be too closed-minded, but we do want to be somewhat closed-minded, but not all the way shut, because I've talked about this in so many different speaking engagements. You have to be open, because you're not looking for them, they're looking for you. And that's one of the only effective ways that they like to communicate, is to work in with people that are not afraid to speak it, or show that they actually are effectively communicating with the other side. And so what is really cool about that is that so many people in the world have yet to even tap into what we do as paranormal investigators, or renowned psychic mediums, or just seeking the afterlife and the truth of what's really out there. And there's so many people that are in waiting just to find effective teams that they want to join, that they feel comfortable with, and to learn by, And so with that being said, it's just a great time. It has been a wonderful years of my living, working and speaking, guest speaking, and being on television and being able to be on the radio with various people like Denise and her shows, blog shows all over the place, and being able to, educate the public and people that, like I said before, that are just kind of like, well, do I really believe this? I really want to know, but I'm kind of afraid to get into it. But there are people out there, I think, if we could remember those that would sincerely love to get on board, and we want to be able to effectively show them how to do that. And like I said, that's through the education, the movies, the TV shows that we put out, the blog talk shows, and the more we talk about it, the more they understand that this is a real situation. The afterlife is true to form, true to be there for you. And what's really neat is once you become bonded, is how I look at it. You bond with the afterlife. You bond with, different spirits. And when you find the spirits that want to utilize you to become kind of their sounding board, whatever you do, step back and kind of breathe that in and take it in for what it's worth, because it may not be a lot worth to you. But let me tell you that being on the afterlife, being with the afterlife, it's like we're gold to them. They need us to be able to, keep their memories alive, to be in contact with family, and they enjoy all the education we give the communities or around our homes and abroad, what they're doing over there. And the really neat part about my position, the things that I do, is I get to talk about it to everybody. I get to show them really cool evidence, and I get to be able to be a part of what's going on with them. And I'm not so much focused on what I'm doing, because sure, my life might be interesting and super cool and all that jazz, but let me tell you, if you're really involved, and if you really want to have a reliable and a good relationship with the afterlife, you want to treat them like you want to be treated. It's no different than being alive or on the other side. We all want to be treated like we want to be treated. So I always say when I guest speak that, when you're going out there and you're learning, this is what's so critical, because not only are you teaching them something about who you are in the field, but they're also teaching you how to do a successful, ghost hunting event, or a ghost hunting thing that you're just doing. So when you get in this and you start doing that, my best advice for number one would be, just really do a lot of education on where you're going, what the location is about. You want to kind of get together with people that kind of know what's happened in the area, because there's so many folklores and so many different, things that people talk about. You really want to get with people that know, that have really laid the groundwork before you even came along, like the people that really have seen this stuff happen. And when you get with these people, you get to learn not only about them, but they learn about you. And it's really kind of cool, because all these stories come together, including the afterlife. And it's really cool to be able to not only study them, but they're studying you too. And so the second thing about ghost hunting and being in the paranormal is your heart. You follow your heart, your own intuition. We all have built-in intuition. We are all wired to be able to effectively hear, effectively see, and pick up scent, as well as a feeling on our bodies that we are near a spirit. So when I talk about doing this type of stuff, open up. Don't be afraid. Just go out there and just do it, and let them come to you, because, well, then you're going to know they effectively want to talk to you. And so with that being said, when you are in fact open, and that you will have things happen, But do understand, just like if I'm talking to you in a crowd of people, I'm gonna be watching. Like they're doing. They're watching you. They're keeping an eye on you to see how genuine you are when it comes to wanting to be a part of their world. And so on the third note is effective equipment. I've always told people that when they go and do these ghost hunts, make sure a lot of times people, they'll be ghost hunting, all of a sudden they run out of batteries. Well, we all know that batteries are like really important to have when you're ghost hunting. So I always say, make sure you have plenty of batteries because your equipment will be drained. That's how they effectively come through to talk to you, is by sucking up all the energy out of the batteries or equipment. And we all know that that can happen. We've all been there and done that. But and then also to be a part of their world in that environment. If you've done your homework, you know about the building. You would know about what has happened to them at the building, or you get that through the communication, what's happened to them. Try to connect with them if there's a gravesite near the place that you're actually ghost hunting. You want to connect with that so that you can, of course, bring forth information from the gravesite as well. And then always, no matter what, the last most important thing is if you're connecting with them, take notes. Take notes. Not always do we have really good recorders, or something happens to the something happens to the the film or the pictures or something like that. You always want to have somebody taking notes, because what you don't get, or what if you lose stuff, you have notes about it. And notes, because they are an effective tool to read back to people after you're done ghost hunting, and you can kind of share the story that you saw and you heard that maybe nobody else caught, or they didn't think about that part of it. So when you do that, that's really super important. And also make sure you share everything that you find out, and how well the event goes down. Always learn from everybody else about how their events go, because that kind of makes you have a better and more successful time around when you're finally able to have your time around again with a new location. And also too, what's really super cool is really know the equipment that you bring. Your equipment, you have to know it like the back of your hand. You want to really know what you're utilizing for the specific things that you're doing. Like, for an example, like, the EVPs and, the meters and things like that. Sometimes we just get so excited that we want to capture something really super cool, and we put all these things out there, and maybe they're not working quite well for that particular situation, or those particular things that, you were trying to capture. So try to get a good feel for your environment. See what works. Don't have a lot of equipment out, because sometimes people do leave them behind by accident, or things happen to your equipment and you weren't expecting it, or they unfortunately can up and disappear. So that's pretty much what I would like to talk about tonight. And then also, what I do in my life is I'm a renowned psychic medium. I have, in fact, worked for not only police departments, but I've also worked in real estate, cleansing homes. I also am currently writing a book. I've been on television. I'm lucky enough to be on Travel Channel. And then I've also been on the radio. I'm a radio personality as well as a television. And I also write. I do a lot of writing. I write lyrics. And I also do a lot of currently writing a book. And I look forward to releasing that book, hopefully by January 23rd. That is a huge, important date for me. But again, I'm not the only writer in the house. We have a lot of writers out there that are listening to what I have to say. And then there are the ones who think about writing that don't know how to start. Like I said, your notes. Oh my goodness, your notes that you keep from all your ghost hunting, it make incredible literature for people. Even if you're just doing handouts, or you're putting a little pamphlet together for your your events. Anything that you can write down, and can also be contributed to a book if you choose to write a book someday. So if you ever think about things like that, that's something you really do want to do, because literature, people, listen, there's one thing too that nobody ever really talks about. And this is one thing that my heart is really passionate about, is that there are stories on the other side. There, like even one spirit that you get to communicate with, and you're blessed to be able to even do it. Their story alone is a story within itself that, like I said, could be a chapter in your book. And then when it comes to being, out there and doing guest speaking and talk about what they said, it's really important, like I said, to get their messages out, because that's why we do what we do. And then also, when it comes to the movies and things that we shoot, and the film that we do, and things of that nature, you're looking at right then, here you are, you're making these really cool, super movies, these film projects that can also be tied into a movie project. And narrations and things like that, remember, your notes can be part of your narrations. And so also too, I just love guest speaking. So the other cool part too is that when you're talking to your spirit, remember that they had more than just a few questions for you, or the questions that you may be asking. They may not think it's all that exciting to answer, because, well, they may want to talk about the stock market, or maybe talk about the rice, price of rice in China. It could be anything. And sometimes people think the same questions every time, repetitive in every location, is exactly what the spirits want to talk about. No, they could have been collectors of coins. They could have been, they could have been just collectors of cars, or anything. I mean, my goodness, they in fact are just like you and I. I mean, imagine, here I am sitting here giving you this guest speaking event, and one day we're all going to be gone, and it's like, okay, Cheryl really liked talking about making the movies and making the narrations and writing things down, and being able to write a book about the things that I've been through all my life, being who I am today. And so there's such a barrage of things a person could do with the paranormal. And I think the biggest thing is that we all have a voice. And don't be afraid to use your voice when you're going to go out and have a small get-together conversation. And a lot of people ask me, well, how do you get started? And guest speaking is fun. People say, oh my goodness, it's so scary to get up there and talk to everybody. Well, you practice. People practice with your family, your friends, and have little mini get-togethers and talk about your experiences. And then eventually you can, broaden your horizons and go out and give together a small event, and you can take people on ghost hunts with you, and you can go and then talk about it on a stage. And before you know it, you're really out there with people. But you want to seriously remember, before you get out there and do all that, try to find people that have been seasoned in the paranormal field if you're just learning, and then, or find people that you feel most comfortable with. And you'll know, because, well, all of our body has that antenna, whereas we feel comfortable with certain people, and we are able to adapt to those that, you just get along with everybody. But if you find the right people and you're able to sit down and say, you know what, let's do an event. It's a really good learning experience, not only for you, but for your audience as well, especially when you give them experiences that blow their minds of things that have actually happened to you. And what's even more fun is to be able to give to them, some evidence like a slideshow or pictures, and they have to make sure you're in them. Um, give them pictures of things that have happened to you, and let them hear your audio, whether it's, just an EVP, or if it's when you're on film, and, you want to go ahead and provide that as well. And then also, while having events, this is where you connect and you start marketing your abilities, obviously, to connect with the afterlife, and able to, give out what you've learned from them. And you can share everything with everybody that's in the field that you connect with. And you not only learn from everyone, but you also become great friends to people that are truly in it because their heart's in it. Their heart's in it, and not just up here, but they're truly doing all the paranormal stuff for the right reasons, because, well, they love being able to find new information from a new spirit, or even, just connecting with the same ones that you've connected before. But I gotta tell you, in all these years that I've done this, I have had the most fun, and getting with people that, everybody was in it for the same goal. And the same goals are usually because they're looking to make something from what they've learned in the afterlife at an event or their own. And so, again, I can't push it enough, is, when you collect all this information, you want to do something with it. And so how we get to that point is, for every person that you connect with, you shake hands with, or even if you just say hello to, you're making a new connection. So you're going to want to go ahead and reach out to these people on Facebook or Instagram or wherever you feel comfortable, and learn, from them what they've gained for their experiences in the paranormal. And also, you'll end up being friends, and pretty soon, before you know it, everybody's joining you at an event, and everybody gets to hobnob and get to learn about each other, in this life and also in the afterlife. So, there you go. So the greatest, like I said, the greatest thing that I can give to anyone is, first of all, don't be afraid of it. I tell you, being afraid, it closes you so that you're not as what do I want to say, receptive. And don't be afraid. A lot of people are very terrified of, seeing something move, or hearing a voice, or experience a touch and things like that. Just remember, the only thing about fear is fear itself, which, if they can scare you to get a reaction, they're going to do it. Don't be afraid of it. The only time I would suggest being concerned, it would be as if something is happening that is abnormal. Like, well, to me, normal in my world is I get a tap, or, I hear something that somebody else wasn't hearing, or I see something, and, these are normal things. But, if you got an aggressive, behaviored spirit, sometimes they will pull your hair, or they will, physically harm you, things like that. And I tell to people, and I'm telling you, in my book, the book I'm writing, this is a signature statement, and it's also registered, that the behavior when we pass away, our behaviors that we are doing at the time or all our life, they do cross back over to the afterlife. So clearly meaning if you are talking to one that's a crabby or, you know, has been an evil type situation, they can get pretty mean and downright abrasive. So when that kind of stuff happens, I always say travel in packs until you understand your environment as well as like who you're with to find out if you're feeling pretty safe about it. You don't want to exit a ghost hunting event if you've got situations going on by yourself. You never run, you never take off and leave it and go, you know, I'm out of here. No, you want to tell somebody. You want to tell them you're uncomfortable, you need help, things like that. And eventually somebody's going to see this and somebody's going to help you out and somebody's going to take control and help you. So don't be afraid of the exciting times that you're together with other people and being able to, you know, have fun. And again, if you encounter a bad spirit or a bully or things of that nature, that's why I say travel with packs of people, because, you know, somebody's going to be there to help you get through it and help you get out of there if you don't feel comfortable about the environment. But yeah, so and I'm really hoping that everybody that's in this conference is going to have a great time and learn a lot. That's why we do what we do, is to be able to share not only who we are, what we do, what we've done and everything we've done in life, but, you know, it's just all about being together and working it to the good for everybody else to learn from and kind of leave a legacy of who we are. And that's what I have to say.
Well, that was pretty good. We had a question here, but I don't understand the question here. I'm going to put it up
Okay.
on the screen and maybe you will.
Okay,
Why
let me
do-
put on my specs. I don't know that
Okay.
I can even see it. Why do so many show fear when they are doing what they choose to do? Oh, well, I tell you what, let me answer that clearly. A lot of times people go in it with big expectations that nothing's going to happen to them. And then when they do, it freaks them out. You know, this is where reality lands and people go, oh my God, am I in over my head? I'm out here liking what I do, but can I really handle it? So were they really mentally prepared or are they being mentally challenged?
That's true. That's very true.
Yeah.
You're muted.
I am?
No, Denise is.
Denise.
I'm glad I wasn't picking my nose.
Well, I tried to catch you at the right time.
Oh, what question, Cheryl Ann? You're also a life coach. How do you utilize that within your daily life to help other people?
You know what, Denise, I like that. I like that. Thank you for bringing that up. Well, first of all, when I have a reading, I also life coach, meaning clearly when I'm doing readings, I can pick up everything that these people should have been doing in life or wish they had and didn't know how to use the tools that were. And so what I do is I sit down with them and after the reading, you know, I clearly point out by one, telling them what they could have been doing, which is always accurate, and they wish they would have been doing. And I help them not only figure out how to get there, but I also coach them, meaning we connect on a off, like either every other day or a weekly basis, and we meet for coffee, and I give them homework assignments to see how much they've done, that I tell them that these are the things you need to be doing. And if they haven't reached that goal, then we go back over to the reasons why they felt like they couldn't get there. And we go to that core problem and then we dissect that and say, okay, this is what we need to do to make it better. And it is really effective. As you can tell, I like to talk. And when I get to talking with people, we we in life coaching, we share ideas that can promote a person. And a lot of that, Denise, is the positivity of helping that person see that they can get there.
Sometimes we need that last little push. So
Yeah.
Have you located many people for families or the police?
Yes. A lot of them are private cases. Some of them have been the ones that have been most memorable for me personally are the ones when I find missing and presumed people. And then if I find them alive, it's nice to be able to get them back to their families and work with the police departments to get them back together. It's really difficult when I find a person that's not no longer living to make sure that the police effectively know where they are, and having to go through the funeral myself. That's my way of disconnection, because until I, how do I want to say this? Until I go through that whole stage, I can't let go either.
So in those investigations like that, if they find a body and they contacted you, but they can't find out who that is, with your abilities, can you find out the name of that person?
Absolutely. Been there, done that several times. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was a question I've never heard asked of anybody. It just popped in my head.
I'm like, yeah. People, we are asked a lot of similar questions frequently, but that's a really good one. Really good. I mean, that's probably the first time I've been asked. And that's really cool, because I can lay on my hand on the Bible and say, you know what? I've done that several times. Absolutely. That's the truth of the matter. And it's really kind of freaky, because I'll be looking at that person, all of a sudden the name pops in my head and I write it down. And then I ask divine guidance to please provide me the last of the name. And then pretty soon I'm hearing it. Pretty soon I'm writing it down. It may be a little bit misspelled. It may be a little jumbled, but it usually comes to light pretty darn clear.
Well, I guess the main reason that popped into my head, I was thinking about that story that's just south of you, down there in Iowa.
Yep.
With all those bodies that they don't know the names. That's why that question popped in my head. I'm like, how are they ever going to find these transients' names? Okay,
first of all, it was brought to my attention through a good friend about it, because when I'm writing, I'm so engulfed in my book, and it's like I spend all day on my computer writing. And I was contacted by a friend named Aaron, and he's like, and I've done work for them before too on a homicide case. And he's like, Cheryl, are you aware of this? And I said, oh my goodness. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I said to Aaron, I'm like, you know what? These people were people that had, how society would look at it is they had no identity, because they were on the run or prostitution or whatever. And I said, a lot of these people, I could see these people's faces, but it was like, like I could look at Denise and go, Denise, or you, and I would see their name right away. But some of them had faces that were fuzzy. And I'm like, oh my God, these people really had been missing for a long time. Like a long time on the street. But this case, I have a friend, Josh, we all know who Josh is, has actually interviewed the owner, and I did reach out to the owner of the property. And of course, let's be real, a lot of times these guys say, oh God, all these freaks coming out of the woodwork wanting to investigate. And it's so hilarious, because I'm not, I'll reach out and I do it in a way that it's like, it's very, very clean. It's like, this is who I am. This is what I do. I have a criminal justice degree, a bachelor's degree. I've worked in law. You know, I list it like a resume. I don't go and go, knock, knock. Hey, I'm a psychic. You know, I'm not into it like that. I give out my credentials and what I've done in life. And it's unfortunate because the gentleman was like, I'm not ready for that. They're going to be digging and to try to see if in fact there is truly people in this well. And I'm like, oh my God, they're not in the freaking well. Okay. Number one, water tables rise. Okay. I had a well. I've lived the country lifestyle. Okay. So the water tables raise and the bodies are going to be displaced. They're not going to be in the well. Okay. So I'm trying to tell this guy, you know, hey, you're not going to find them where you think you're going to find them. And then, you know, other people have dove into it. Too many people involved. So he was overwhelmed and I could see it. And I said, you know what? I'm just going to back up the truck here. Once you guys get all your work done, let me know because I'd be willing to obviously go up and do a read on the property. So, yeah.
Yeah, when I first heard the story, when it broke the news, you were the very first person I thought of.
Right, and thank you for that. And you know, my niece Jamie reached out to me, and she actually employed her at the truck stop that my niece runs the whole truck stop out that way.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, Aunt Cheryl, she said, even though she felt like the girl was a little bit tweaky, she said, but Cheryl, she doesn't lie. And I said, I know she doesn't lie.
Yep. Well, we have a couple more questions here for you.
Okay.
One is, have you been able to put a name on an unmarked grave?
Yes. Yes. Let me give the example. If anybody knows about the Seven Sisters Road, I'm going to go with this one because this was huge. I contacted Nate Sturm, who owns that property, the Seven Sisters Road in Nebraska City, Nebraska. When I did, I was the first ever to ever go up there and do a reading on the property about the legend of all these kids. His family, this man went berserk and hung his family on the trees on the road, which was not true. And I proved that. And when we got up there and I was looking around at all these areas where these stones were, or looking like in the ground by looking into the dirt. And I mean, looking into the dirt, not at the dirt. I could see not only children's bones and bodies, but also their name. And I have put names to it. And the historian that did, when we did the most terrifying locations in America for the unnatural world, it's on there. The historian says it.
Right. And the next question here from Susan, are police hesitant to use you? And double question, and do they generally believe on what you can do?
Okay, are they hesitant? You betcha. And I've learned why, and I've had conversation with police about this. A lot of times they spend so much money, so much city money on a case. The last thing they want, which I've done this, and oh my God, they were so mad at me. They don't want somebody to just walk in there and prove a case when they've been working on it for like 10 days. They want the credibility. They want to be able to say they did their jobs. So for someone like myself to walk into this scene up in Iowa and walk right over to where these bodies are buried and show them exactly how far they need to dig, oh, they're not going to be happy with me because it wasn't them that did it or said it or put it into play. Now, in general, what was the second part question? What did she say about in general?
Do they generally believe once you tell them? Do they believe it?
Yep. Long story short, I did a guy was missing in a man-made lake. Told him everything that happened. There wasn't in the news. Even busted 2 sheriffs that were actually having an affair right in front of everybody because they were laughing behind my back about what I was saying. And I said, oh no, you two need to knock it off. And that kind of blew their mind. But I told them things that there was never in the news, never. And it was 100% accurate.
Yeah, you told that story on our show. I remember that story perfectly. That was an amazing story.
That was pretty cool.
But Denise, you got any questions?
We've got less than 5 minutes left.
Okay.
So before you go, we want to invite you back for the roundtable it's a panel at 9:00 tonight if you want to come back. So just keep the link that we sent you for that.
Okay.
And it'll be fun. Be lots of unusual questions, and you're allowed to have an opinion, which is always good. And then
your show is always fun.
So I also want you to tell everybody where they can find you.
Well, currently I'm at my house. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Go to her house.
Yeah, I'm over here at my house. But if they want to find me on social media. They want to look for me on Facebook. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter. So you'll look for Cheryl Ann Elliott Fletcher or just Cheryl Fletcher. I've got a lot of pages everywhere because I'm always marketing. So yeah, you'll find me.
Well, I'd like to thank you so much for coming on today and filling in for Nick, because Nick White, he had a family thing that he had to deal with, and I really wish he could have been here. You guys would have liked to hear him speak as well, but you did a great job on the fly, and I am so grateful that you're my friend.
Well, you know what? I love you guys both dearly, and thanks for inviting me. And please let the gentleman know that would have been here that it was an honor and privilege to cover for him. And I know who he is, so I just want to make sure he knows I'll be praying.
I will let him know. So he's keeping me up to date on what's going on there. Okay. So yes, prayers are always good when there's a situation I can't share.
Right. I mean, a situation like what's going on, we'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's suitable for the situation, but
exactly.
But thank you for being our first guest on our first virtual telecon. There you go. Paracon ever.
You're good. You're good.
So, and I know you've done this before. Are you planning on doing the Lincoln Paracon again anytime?
Okay, you mean the Midwest Paracon? I'm not sure. Depends on when my book gets released, because once I get the book released, I have a very mutual friend who's willing to shoot the movie. So
good.
I think I know his name. But
but as soon as you get that book, you let us know so we can advertise it over here.
Absolutely. Yes, I will.
The other thing is, when Carl said you were the first person he thought of in Thurman for the Thurman murders, not me. My cousin used to live in Thurman.
Oh, there you go.
So
my
went right to her experience living there. So, but I'd like to thank you so much for coming on, and we've got our next guest is in the green room waiting to come up. So
have a good evening.
Thank you. Night. And our next guest tonight is Heidi Taylor, and I'd love to have her come on and we can say hi at least so that we can know what's going on here.
Right.
So, hello, Heidi.
Hello, Heidi.
How is everyone?
Perfect.
Great.
Yeah, that was a good. I caught the end of her interview. That was really good.
Well,
Cheryl Ann's, her abilities are amazing.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Her ability to be a friend was the big one today.
Yeah, it was.
It sounds like it. Yeah.
She was notified 10 minutes before the show started.
Oh, bravo to her.
So your presentation is going to be interactive.
Yes. This is the way I wrote the class originally, and it's on ethics of the paranormal searches, coming from a psychic's view. And so I like to have feedback on this, because I know there's a lot of us that are kind of not thrilled with the way some people do their paranormal activity researches. Yeah, exactly. So I
Of course,
figured,
you already know that about me. You know,
so I figured it would be a good subject. So, you know, you want me to just go ahead and start then?
yeah, you
Yeah,
can go
go
ahead.
ahead and we'll put you up on the screen. Everybody in the chat room, if you got questions, ask her.
All right,
And
here we
and
go.
when you ask a question, we'll make sure that we get it answered. But otherwise, we'll be muted in the background until you need us.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. So this class is, like I said, on ethics and paranormal searches for a psychic's view. Um, Typically, I have a classroom full of people, and so this is my classroom at the moment. So we're going to start out. It says, when you walk into a building that has been rumored to be haunted, what are your first thoughts? As humans, we are curious of the unknown, curious if there is more than just a coffin and dirt. And we all are, especially on here, we're curious as to what goes on, in the other worlds. Since we are discussing the ethics and paranormal investigation, I'll be assuming that you put yourself in the haunted buildings, and that you are tending to search the paranormal activity. When we get that way, like, we're curious, we want to know what's going on. And so, are you coming into the hunt, asking them, you want to hunt down the ghost at all costs? Are you setting up every electronic monitoring device that you can to capture the voices that you may or may not even believe when you hear it? We've got all this machinery and all this stuff that we have accessibility to, but there's people that will come and hear their hill voice and they'll not even believe it's true. So skepticism is real and ever present. I know people that no matter what they see or hear with their own eyes and mouth, they will still reject the possibilities that there's a spirit realm. They don't want to look at it and believe what they're actually hearing. I've dealt with skepticism from a large portion of my life. Whenever something that is typical human does or does not do, they just don't, they don't want to believe it. They will tell you, I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in the spirit world. I don't believe in any of it. I had a gentleman recently say, I'm not even going to talk to you because I don't believe in what you do. And so when it comes down to that, you're kind of like, well, that's your choice, and we move on. That when we're looking at the ethics of stuff and people believing us and wanting to know, how do we handle that? Well, yeah, it's not pleasant sometimes when they say, oh, you're just a liar. I'm like, well, no, I don't tend to be a liar. It's not in my habits. We go on our day-to-day basis, as psychics and mediums and stuff, and don't realize that people, can hurt your feelings when they say that to you. It's like degrading you just because of who you are. When I'm asked about the spirit world, there are top 3 things that I go through in my mind. Why would I bother to put myself in the harm's way for the sake of a lie? I mean, there are places where we go into and speak to spirits, and, usually they're older buildings, and it's not necessarily safe places that we end up in. Old haunted cemeteries that can be, have loose soil and so on and so forth, and you just never know where you're going to get into. Number 2, if you don't believe in the spirit world, why are you on a ghost hunt? That's a big thing with me. Why do you put yourself in that realm of doing anything if you really don't believe at any point, even a minor portion that the ghost exists? And I'm daring you telepathically to pull out your K2 and your ghost box and sit there and let me have a conversation with the ghost in the room with you. There's things like that can happen, and they will still not believe that this is going on. So when you're getting on an investigation, who takes a trusted medium with them? I, for one, think it's most ethical and responsible, the responsibility of the team to have a medium with them. You don't want to have the, people saying, well, did you talk to spirits? Well, I don't know. I've had people say, they showed me a picture of a ghost and say, is this a ghost? I'm like, yeah, that's a ghost. So even when they're seeing it with their own eyes, they don't believe that it's happening. It's one of those situations where we don't understand why they're doing that, or what is the point if they don't believe in ghosts to begin with. So going back into the middle of your investigations, if your electronics are working, if you've got all this footage that you're going through and hearing it and seeing it, and names are coming out all over the place, and you sometimes a lot of people get scared about it. We have issues with people yelling at spirits when that's not what you really should be doing. There's things that happen, and the conscious delivery of people saying, well, it's a mean ghost, even though they're not understanding what's going on. We look at that as mediums and such and say, no, they're just trying to communicate in this way and that way. It may not be like you would be experiencing with a human being, and others don't understand that that's going on all the time. So, when you're looking at that and saying, oh, that's a demon. Well, no, it's not a demon. It may be just somebody that's confused or doesn't even know that they're dead. We get with that a lot, and people don't understand that part of the psychic realm, and that's why, the responsibility of actually having a medium on site or having somebody that you can talk to about what's going on is very important as far as I'm concerned. There's valid questions that come up and concerns. I have come across many spirits that are stuck here. They don't know they're dead. They either want to talk or they just want to be gone. And, if you've got somebody saying, yes, I'm here, my name is so-and-so, why are you talking to me? Or what am I doing? Or, you ask them, do you want to be here? A lot of times they don't even know they're dead. And a lot of ghost researchers don't understand that there's so many different levels on the etheric plane that we get into, that you're looking at things and saying, oh, it's just black and white. No, it's not just black and white. So, and when I encounter a spirit, I usually discern whether they're traveling to do for whatever purpose, or if they stuck in the limbo. I usually communicate with them telepathically to begin with. When I'm with a team or something like that, I prefer to go in cold. I mean, I know most psychics do. We're looking at, the telepathic relationship with a spirit, and there's sometimes they can get obnoxious with you, and sometimes they're just saying, what's going on. If a spirit is in distress, and needs help, I typically don't talk to them and say, what's going on, and we look into what's going on with them. I will help them cross or take down whatever meshes that they need for the loved ones. There's numerous times where I've had people that I've known that have crossed, and they have come to me to leave messages for family members that I know. So and then they get ready to cross, and that's then they come back when they're needed to. The lack of compassion typically in some of the researchers that I've come across or seen, especially on the television shows, I know that they're for entertainment purposes a lot of the times, but there's also family members and individuals that are involved. We all have family members that are crossed. And when you're looking at that situation, you want to show the compassion. You want to have the ethics in there saying, okay, this is somebody that was loved at one point and is still loved. And we need to look at the spirit world in that same way, and not just be in there, yelling at them or screaming at them to talk to you, or demanding even. We look at the compassion, and just because you fear something, or you don't believe it exists, there still needs to be that thought process that some people go through. And so looking at this so much as I do, I've spent over 50 years of my life being like that, like I am, being a psychic medium and being sensitive to things. And it's taken me up until late years in order to admit it to several family members, because they don't believe it. When you're looking into all of this that's going on, you've got, the whole world of people, and you're saying, okay, who can you trust? Who can you actually talk to about the spirit world? So please ask questions, because I'm running out of things to say at the moment. So typically I have, like I said, this group, and Lee, thank you for she's saying she's good at talking with them. Thank you. That's one of my friends that's on there. So, getting your ideas and stuff. So what kind of questions do you have for me right now, as far as going into the spirit world and talking to them, and fears that might come up? Why do you still fear the spirit world? Are there things that you've experienced that has created fear, or there's a compassion, or you understand more of what's going on in our world? There's all of that's out there, and for us to be viable to see. So we need to go back to the host. Where are we at? I've just done my 2 pages.
Being a psychic medium and being in the environment where you're investigating, how do you know when is the best time to bring up something from maybe that spirit's past? If you're feeling it, is it good to bring it up right away, or wait a little bit till you know them a little bit?
That seriously depends on the psychic. I mean, the spirit and the psychic, and the who were around at the time. I mean, it is definitely a case by case situation. And so looking at that, if there's something if there's a being saying, I want to talk to my mom, if mom's in the room, I'm going to say, hey, this is a situation. Mm-hmm. But you've got to play it by ear when it comes down to that. And that leads into being cautious and being the compassion thing that I was just talking about, and letting people know that we need to, be able to say, okay, but if there's something in the room that's scary, or, or whatever is going on, you don't want to bring that up to the person.
So I know that everybody's going to go, hey, Denise, this is common sense.
Right.
We treat everybody the way we want to be treated.
But that's not necessarily true. I mean, we see psychics that walk up to somebody and say, hey, your brother's here. Do you want to talk to him? And yeah.
Okay. In Walmart, I'm not going to do that.
Right.
I'm not Teresa Cavuto.
That's what I'm saying. There's the higher profile psychics that you see that I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you walk up to somebody you don't even know and just blurt something out about their family member? That's, it does lead back to the ethics side of things, to where it's not, as far as I'm concerned, doing that. I mean, one, if you're coming to me to find loved ones for mediumship, I understand that's the case right now. But no, you don't go up to somebody in Walmart or the grocery store and say, hey, there's a attachment on your body that is a demon or something, that's a dark spirit, and you probably better get them off. It's just not okay.
I mean, I've seen people, I've seen it in person, where people will walk up to a stranger and scare the living daylights out of them. And I agree with you on the ethics part. You don't do that. If they come to you, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But I don't feel that it's my responsibility to be open to everything while I'm at Walmart.
Right. And that's just it. I mean, one, people are already fearing, the spirit world for the most part. There's already that baseline fear of the unknown. And you can't sit there and say, this is okay on a general basis, because you may scare them. You don't want to have, especially if somebody's there with their 5-year-old and they're like going, oh, mommy, this is scaring me. Why is this lady doing this to me? And, it's just not acceptable as far as I'm concerned.
Is there a question we should never?
Did you lock up?
Yeah, she did.
Yes, she did.
I
And I
she
think he was
asking
going to
that
say,
question, is there a question we should never ask?
yes. Preferably don't ever ask when you're going to die. That's one question I don't ever want to have to answer. I am very vague about it. If I see a date in my head, I will not answer it directly to anybody usually.
Have you ever had anybody ask you that question?
I have, yes. And it's very uncomfortable because, they're sick. You know that there's stuff going on. You know that there's angels around them that are ready to take them home. And, it's in those circumstances where I'm like, no, that's between you and your soul. It's not just not okay to do that, because psychics end up, having to flub their way through it because we don't want to give them that news. It's not our responsibility.
Right. Yeah, Denise, you froze up.
Oh, I know. I have there's a precursor to it that I see on my side.
Okay.
So did you hear the answer?
Yes.
Okay.
I got in just as Carl re-asked the question. So
Good.
Do you see other dates that are not related to death?
Usually if I see a date, it will be either a 3-day advance or a 2-week advance. Most of the times those will come to fruition, and it can be, as something as little as going to buy toilet paper, which I was warned about when that happened, to somebody actually, having a car accident or something like that. There's times when they're pretty vague, and I will hear Diana's going to die for 2 weeks, and that's, that was prior to Diana, Princess of Wales, dying. So things like that do occur, but it's not, for the most part, I don't tell anybody unless I get told to tell them.
Yeah. How often are you told not to tell?
90% of the time is usually something I'm to be aware of, and it's just so I can prepare for something that is going to transaction with the family members.
So,
Well, how do you feel when you get a message like that?
Not well.
Because it's kind of like, well, you got to keep this secret until it happens.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not something that because one, if I say something, it can change the timeline to one. It could improve the situation, but then again, it can make it worse. We have to be very cautious with that. When you see something that the probabilities are so high that it ends up happening, you still have to understand that there's always, a 10% probability that it won't happen.
only 5 or 10%?
Usually if I get something told that strong, yeah.
Hi, Irene.
Yeah. The probabilities, if I'm being told something, the probabilities are usually over 90%.
Okay.
So, and that's right now, and the way the world is, our probabilities, there's so many, that it's just like, but if somebody's going to pass, or if it's their time, or, I just had a friend that lost her mom, and I said, within the next 24 hours, you're going to get a phone call. And she got a call to go up, and she passed within the next 48 hours after that. So, it was somebody that was another psychic. She was okay with me telling her that. But, it's one of those situations where, like, the doctors had said 9 months. No.
They don't ever know for sure.
No. And so it's one of those things where, if I there's situations where sometimes I will get, the information where go get your groceries done. Stay off the roads right now, more than just, the weather is going to be bad.
Right.
And I'll tell somebody and they'll look at me funny. I'm like, there's more to it. Just don't go out,
What's the strangest question you've ever been asked?
Oh my.
I'm sure you've been asked several times.
Yeah.
Will I win the lottery?
Lottery's one of them. the one I laugh most about is the soulmate and the should I marry this person, or even should I get a divorce.
Oh,
It's not necessarily strange, but it's very. I mean, I'm like, if you are asking me that question, then you probably already should know that answer.
yeah. Yeah,
Um,
that'd be a question I wouldn't ask a medium or somebody with a
yeah,
gift.
yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where, if you're that upset to ask a total stranger,
Mm-hmm.
then you probably shouldn't be asking that. You probably should know yourself a little bit better than that.
Exactly.
Things like, are you really talking to a spirit? Yeah. With the lady before, I've been asked to about, can you tell the name of somebody? I've talked to spirits and you can get their names. They will tell you if they're ready to talk. So, or do you really know who this is? I had a fun one when I did a last session up at the Mineral Springs place. I had done one of the mean guys up there. Well, after I had talked to you, Denise, about that episode or the going up there,
Mm-hmm.
I did some genealogy research on there, and I found a guy that matched about 6 out of 8 of the information I got from him.
Wow.
So it was pretty fun to be able to do that. But, things like that, they're like, are you really seeing that? Are you really going into that realm?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you really talking to that ghost and seeing that spirit,
Yeah.
Exactly. If they don't know their name and then you come up with the name,
Yeah.
that's
or if other types of entities actually do exist. If there's just not human entities that we see.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times where I'll sit there and I'll describe the being I'm seeing completely to somebody, and they'll just look at me, and I'll be like, what else do you want me to tell you?
Have you ever described it to an artist and had them draw it out?
I have described one of my visions to an artist and had them draw me. Yes. When I can see myself in the etheric plane, I have had him do a drawing of that.
Is it somebody we know?
The drawing? No, it was me. It was of me.
No, I meant, was the drawing done by somebody we know?
No.
Because the person who did my drawing, most everybody in Kansas City knows.
No.
Well, we also have a gentleman on the network that does that too.
Really?
Rex
That's
does
fantastic. That's fantastic, because I wish I could draw everything I see as clear as I see it.
And
that
Rex
man, he can draw anything. He drew one from a picture from somebody. Did you see that on his show the other night?
Mm-hmm. Rex
That
is on right after you.
Good.
And the person who did mine for me was Adam Tillery.
Yeah, I don't. It's been so long ago. I mean, it's probably been 10 years ago, and I could not tell you his name. It's been, it was one of those things where I'm like, oh, all right. He was needing like an extra $25, and I'm like, okay, you want to do a picture of me? It was one of those situations where, I do get things. They're like, be like, what are you seeing? What, and seeing into somebody's soul, and there's things.
Go ahead. I'll bring that question up later.
That was actually my sister.
Oh,
I already figured that out based on her name.
So to answer her question, why are we blocked from family members a lot of the time? I have had that happen, and especially with Heather sometimes, and it will be. I mean, we're 22 months apart, and there's sometimes where I'm just not supposed to know what's going on in her world. And
you're way too connected.
Yeah, way too connected.
You both have the same abilities, correct?
No. My sister, she has some abilities. She can talk to my grandma, that lives at her house and so on. But no, she does not have the same abilities that I do. My mother does. And so does my son.
Right. And I know that I can't always see stuff related to the people closest to me, whether they're family or friends.
Right.
It just seems to be that there is something that doesn't want me to see. So
And I think it has a lot to do with, even inadvertently, us thinking about it will change the outcome. And, we don't want to get into their free will and change that. It's if we're dealing with any type of spirit, any type of whatever, and saying, hey, hey, mom, your guardian's saying this and this and this, you probably better change that route. I can do that with my mom, but that's because I connect with her guardians. My son, typically I don't connect with his guardians. I let him do his own thing. And there'll be moments, but I'll say, hey, hey, Travis, this is going on, and he'll probably be ignoring it. Literally, you know how much, psychics will just ignore stuff. We see so much, and we go through day to day, and we're just like, no, whatever,
I know that, sometimes you got to set aside time for the spirits to talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
And other times you got to say, not now. I'm driving and it's trafficy out. Or
well, and I was on a predictions panel at KC Metaphysical, and we ended up discussing, football. I'm like, yeah, you know what? But football is important because it's my downtime. I don't talk to the spirits then. I don't deal with most of the spirit worlds. I don't predict who's going to win the game. It's one of those things where it gives me downtime. And, it's something that people don't understand, that we have to actually do that most of the time to get some quiet time.
Yeah. As you can hear in my background, I need some quiet time.
Yes, you do.
Those damn Nickelodeon songs just, you don't even want to know what it is.
Right.
So hopefully we're not going to have copyright problems.
Oh,
no, we won't.
Yeah, no, we'll be good. We'll be good.
So we have some feedback here from someone that says what Heidi is saying is very interesting. So if you have somebody new coming to you that wants to be mentored.
Yes.
So how do you tell them when they come to you and go, they won't stop talking to me. They won't leave me alone. I can't sleep. I can't even take a shower anymore because they won't leave me alone.
And that happens. Actually, I call the shower stuff potty training. It's they get you when you're quiet, and they do. And so, believe me, that happens quite a lot. And I just say, tell them no, just tell them to stop. And if they don't, I start teaching them barriers and how to put up the shields. I say, turn them off, or I actually have a rule at my house. If a spirit wants to talk to me, they have to knock on the front door. They can't just come in the house. And so, yeah. So I live with another psychic, and so his family would just traipse on in the house and wake him up, and I'm like, nope, we're not doing this anymore. It's it's one of those things where, like, no, you got to knock, and they do now. They know.
So, okay, so back to this mentorship.
Yes.
stuff. What would be? So I come to you and I say, hey, will you mentor me in this? Can you mentor somebody to be a psychic medium or a medium?
Yes,
If
I
you're
can.
not.
Yes, I can, and yes, I have.
Okay.
When they have no abilities or gifts at all.
Well, first of all, everybody has some sort of gifts. When I start with any type of, individual, I say, let's look at all the clairvoyant, the clairaudient, clairsentient, all of the meanings. Which ones of these are you doing? Okay. And we look at the science of it. And a lot of times they'll say, oh, I'm sensitive to this, or, if I touch something, I can see something. Or I'm hearing static in my ears, and I'll say, adjust the frequency. And I actually, after our last interview, Denise, one of my students heard me say that, and she did it that night. And the next morning we're on our session. She says, I can hear my guides now. And we literally tested them out. And she, from then point on, she can talk to her guides now. And
I want to put this out there, everybody. The trolls that we're getting are not our current advertisers.
No.
We are not being sponsored by any triple X site out there.
Without even seeing, I know what they.
Yeah, I was like, what is that? That's interesting.
They-
that Triple X is coming
They've
up.
been coming in. These sites have been coming in on YouTube for the last month like crazy.
Well, and I wonder if the YouTube and all the other stuff with all the stuff that's going on with Twitter is everything's being affected. So
Well, could be, but
it's
you know what?
possible. It is possible. So
The main
you know,
thing is that our listeners and our watchers know we're not condoning it. We're blocking them as soon as we see them. And so
yes.
if you accidentally get blocked, let us know so that we can get you unblocked, because we found out if we block people that by accident,
Yeah.
and you're a Facebook watcher,
Mhm.
it automatically blocks you to where we have to go figure out how to unblock you.
Right.
And
So-
I'm reading Lee Howard's on here, and she's one of my friends. She's saying, "Quiet time, what's that?" Yeah, I mean, we just don't, I seriously will just tell them we have to work on it. There'll be times where one of my clients will say they will not shut up, and I'll say okay. And there are times where I've sent my guards into their realm and said, "All right, she's told you to stop," and they don't. And I will say, no, this is part of, we are sovereign beings. We have the rights to our privacy.
So Lee Howard in the comments over here is one of your friends.
She is, yes.
Okay, Lee, how did you find the webinar page?
I sent it to her, the link.
Oh, okay. That explained that right there. Because
Yeah.
to be on the webinar, we got to send everybody links to that webinar, Denise.
Ah,
I know, and I sent links out as well. So,
Oh, okay.
yes. Yeah.
I
The
didn't.
one you posted last night is the one I sent her.
yeah. So,
So,
Okay, well, that's great.
yeah.
Sure.
And that's why I was asking you for links last night, because I knew some people would get on here. She's actually one of the first persons that has run MAPS, Missouri Paranormal Society, for like 30 years. So she's been around the field a while too.
oh well, that's nice.
So when we talk stuff, she's a little bit of psychic also. And so between that and the ghost hunting, she's always fun to chat with. But that, we come across, and I really don't know of anybody that doesn't have some sort of experience or say this is happening now, especially with what's changing, that is not seeing something in their world, seeing changes energetically, seeing something out of the corner of their eye and saying, okay, what's going on with that? And that goes back to the ethics stuff also. When somebody says that to me, I'm like, okay, I ask them, what are you seeing? Are you scared of it? What's going on? Because that's the main thing, is to make sure that they're calm.
Yeah. So
There's so much of that fear base, and and they do see that out of the television shows, and the walking in someplace and screaming and all of that goes on.
Mhm.
And we're sitting here trying to keep people calm.
So you're trained in a lot of things.
Yes.
Let's start with hoodoo.
Okay.
I know that you're trained in hoodoo. How do
Yes.
you get trained in that?
My guardians, seriously, my guardians from the other side are where all my training has come from. When I have a question, they've really not led me to any humans per se. I will see dreams. I will have instructions. I literally can say, okay, I have this question about it, and then I'll go read what's available, Google searches, whatever books that I can find. But I also ask my guardians, and they will take me deeper into my past lives. They will take me deeper into all sorts of different aspects of things, to where I can just see it and I know this is the correct way to do something as far as the practice goes.
Okay. And then the Akashic records.
Akashic records, that literally is looking into somebody's soul record. We were laughing about this at the Casey Meadows last time, because I will sit there and I will be in somebody's Akashic record and then talk to somebody that asked me a question at the same time. And I will go back and forth between their record and answering what's going on and seeing in that world and be in our, live world at the same time. And so, and they're like, how do you do that? I said, I don't know. I just do. And there's more than me that's doing that now. And we'll just go back and forth and say, oh yeah, here we go. But looking into the Akashic record is literally getting into the ethers, getting into those energetic cycles of somebody's soul and going back in time, or saying, here's this. I did one recently where we would go down into a cellar and her answers were in wine bottles. And so I would pop the cork on the wine bottle and pull out a piece of paper, and her answer would be there to what she was asking.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. So
That is weird.
Yeah. Another person's Akashic record happened to be a sunflower, to where the seeds would be, I would pull a seed out and their answer would be there, and I would see the answer.
There's some people's, I think their answers are always in wine bottles, though.
It could be.
Some type of bottle.
I can name at least one.
Yeah.
Red wine, I can see it.
Speaking of questions, I have literally, I said something about the spirits not eating on the other world, on the other side. And somebody went, really? I'm like, yeah, no, they don't. I've never seen a spirit actually eating in the etheric plane. And I said, but I did have a lady, she came through. She was not happy about coming through. She wanted a cigarette and a brandy, and she wanted her family members to not have allowed her to die. I mean, she was not happy in the etheric plane. And I said, to the point where she would not tell me her name. She said, it's private business. I'm not telling you who I am.
Huh.
And literally the ladies, with how she was behaving, the ladies knew it was her.
I think I just saw that on TV with some woman and a cop. Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, I'm not telling you.
He's like, we were watching On Patrol Live, and this lady just wouldn't tell him, I don't have to give you my name.
Well, that was the first time. It was the first time that had happened. And then I also had a spirit just out and out lie to me because they didn't want the grandkids to know what had really happened with the death.
Well, that might make sense.
Yeah. They had sat down for a reading, and she's literally showing me a false death scene. And as soon as they left, she said, I just lied to you about everything, to my face. Yeah.
Well,
Well,
So
at
at
least
least
you
she
know there's
admitted it.
honest spirits out there.
something else that happens in real life. Something else that happens in real life. Hey, Christopher, we see you there.
Yeah.
I have another question for you.
Yes.
And they're asking, how do you handle a demonic spirit?
One, I find out if they're truly demonic. Sometimes they're just frustrated spirits. Sometimes they're been around a long time and they just don't want to be messed with. But if it is a truly demonic spirit, then I usually end up, first of all, binding it, making sure that it's not going to harm somebody. I have taken them out of the astral plane when I've needed to. It's a matter of, if it's not going to be allowed, it can't harm another human, put it that way. I will not leave something where, and I have opened portals and sent them through the portals before, and just said, nope, you can't be here anymore.
Speaking of portals, how do you identify a portal?
I can see the energy signature. When I open a portal, typically it will show up in a circle form for me. And I will see the energy actually change format. And when I'm sending people through the portal, I will actually see them walking through the portal. Other times I'll have a staircase show up to where they'll just go up the staircase and disappear. And so if I'm dealing with that type of situation, I will, sometimes I've left portals open if the case calls for it, to where the house just needs to have it open because there's a lot of spirit activity and it's time for them just to go. But if I'm dealing with a dark entity or anything like that, I open it, close it, and we're done.
And what happens if you open a portal in the same spot later on? Is maybe that spirit still waiting for you to come to let him out?
No, and not that that's not never happened.
Okay.
But I want you to think about the energy fields. Everything is always in flux. Okay. So if I were to try and go back to that exact energy field, I couldn't.
Okay.
Okay, because it would have already changed.
So, and we have another question from Lee,
Okay.
and this is about binding. I've been asked why bind when it binds it to you.
Actually, when I bind, it doesn't bind it to me. I bind it up to usually the lower levels of energy, like the underworld or something like that. I don't bind them to me. No. And so, and literally, it's when I send somebody through a portal or something, the binding is usually released when they're gone and out of this field.
Okay. And when you said staircase, you're meaning that's more like a figurative staircase.
I literally see it. I will literally see a staircase. Yes.
So it's basically a symbolism that you're going up. Do you
Right.
see a staircase going down as well?
I have. Yes.
Because I would think that would just be a big hole.
Yeah.
No.
No, I actually have seen the ground open up and then a staircase going down also. Yes.
Okay. So
Wow.
it is symbolic.
It is symbolic and it tells me where they're headed. Yes. And, once again, it's all energetic. It's all on that, you're dealing with energy levels on everything. And so if they need to go down to, a school that is going to teach them to, stop judging people or doing something that they may be going down a level, when they pass from here. Or if we're dealing with somebody that's, a drug addict or an alcoholic or somebody that it's going to take them quite a while to get reacclimated on the other side.
Mm-hmm. And you're also Wiccan.
No.
No, I think I saw that on your profile.
I have trained as the Wiccan.
Okay, so
And I did that. I did that because of everybody asking. I actually grew up Christian.
Mhm.
I did that for a learning tool for me.
Okay. So
My practices are usually nocturnal, and I do the sabbats. And so that's generally our household, and we have my mate here is Hindu, so he's a Hindu witch. And so it just depends on what we do, with that. But the training I do is because I talk to so many other people. If I get somebody that's asked me a question about Wicca, I'll say, okay, I can answer this portion of it, but then we're going to send you over here to somebody that actually practices.
okay. So being trained in it is different than being Wiccan.
Then
Right.
practicing it.
Than
Yeah.
practicing Wicca. Yeah. And Wicca is actually a religion. So, being pagan is not a religion, but
Right.
being a Wiccan is a religion. And so but that's where I did that for my self training, and I do that a lot with a lot of other things. It's a knowledge based thing. It's important for me to know, and that puts more, like I said, more ethics into the situation when you kind of are, know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I have learned about every religion in the world.
Yeah.
Through Joseph Campbell and his trainings.
Good.
Way back when I went to Longview Community College, which is not even called that anymore.
No.
Yeah, I was in the honors program there, and that was one of the things that we studied was Joseph Campbell,
Right.
and all the different things that were related to that. So I learned about all the religions. I probably forgot more than I know now,
Mhm.
but it's very interesting how similar there's something similar about every
It
religion,
is.
and not always what you think,
Right.
but it is, and yeah, and like Lee says, very eclectic here. Yes, it is very eclectic.
And that's for the most part. You'll see the pagans in the Kansas City area is where I'm at. We are eclectic. There's very few covens. We meet together occasionally, for social events. But there's that, we do our own thing.
And the thing is our paths cross.
They do, yeah.
With the pagans with the paranormal, it crosses with the Wiccans, it crosses with the pagans, it crosses with the Hindu, it crosses a lot more than people even think, and they don't even know.
Well, I mean, literally, the paranormal is everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's, people will ask, is this building haunted? And I'll be like, well, yeah, but well, it shouldn't be. I'm like, well, most buildings are haunted at some point.
Yeah. and I hate to say this, but if you're in downtown Kansas City,
yeah, they're all haunted.
I mean,
something's happened everywhere down there.
You go to Union Station, for instance. It's the city market, any place downtown like that, and they'll be like, well, there's spirits. Westport. If you ever go to Westport and you're inclined to be, seeing the old stuff that goes on from, all the warring and stuff, that is not a pleasant place to be.
No, at times it is not. We used to live at 43rd and 43rd and Mission. No, 43rd and Rainbow and 42nd and Mission. So you've got the Rosedale Park over there.
Right.
That wasn't a fun place to be.
A lot of that stuff, people don't realize the residual stuff that's still going on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where, we know the difference between the residual and an active haunt.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where, the Lexington battlegrounds, out in Lexington, they have, the Anderson House. There's all sorts of residual activity going on there.
Mm-hmm.
But to actually pick something up on a mic, I don't know how well that would happen.
I think technology in some places is a hindrance.
Yes.
To be honest, especially in a Civil War area, because they're looking at your stuff and going, that's a weapon. I ain't going near it.
Yeah.
Right.
They don't know what it is. And I think that their time and our time's not mixing well enough for them to understand that we're saying, come near this light, and they're seeing it. Let's go to Hocus Pocus.
Right.
Showing a lighter and saying, raining fire of death.
Yeah, and when you're dealing with an entity that may be from the 1300s, the 1400s, and as a being, and they don't know what a flashlight is.
It's a fire.
Yeah,
it's light coming out in the dark, and the only thing they knew of back then would have been a torch.
Right,
a torch or a lantern.
Well,
and that's
how far back you go. Yeah,
I was saying earlier. To me, it's important if you're going into a haunt, to go in hunting somewhere, you need to have a psychic of some sort with you. You need to have somebody that can communicate.
How do you test a psychic?
Good question. Well, for me, it's come across as in I have gotten proof for me personally. When I'm doing an auric reading, I will have an auric picture taken and they match. Mm-hmm. If I'm talking to a spirit and a talk box or something is there, or another psychic is there, and we'll be talking, three of us, and there's one a spirit. I will ask them, and or the K2 will go off, and they'll know that I'm talking. Something's there that I'm talking to. And so I am able to, the more science we get behind it, the better things are. But that doesn't help. Literally, I don't know of a demon that really talks majorly, on a talk box, but they will. Mm-hmm. They would rather just, push the energy or have it that way. But if somebody is in the etheric plane and they're asking, what is it? Why are you here? What are you doing? And so I like to have them, I don't know if you, how do you guys feel about that? Having a psychic with you when you're going on an investigation?
They always have me.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I asked how if we were supposed, if I'm going on an investigation, I have me. But what if I want somebody else there to maybe tell me what I don't see? Because I know that a lot of times spirits don't speak to everybody that's there.
Correct.
Yeah.
And they don't show their same to every medium.
That's correct. I mean, fortunately, when I go on, the one I just went on, there was 3 of us that were all psychics. It's, I kind of get spoiled when I know enough of the psychics like that. But for the most part, people don't. And, they're relying on the machines, they're relying on their cameras and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
But we're talking more, we're more prevalent now to where, if you're looking for a psychic that actually is legit, you can find one now.
Well, that, when we were at the Paracon down in Joplin, my original talk was going to be on how to spot or how to know if you're talking to a psychic medium that's reputable. And of course, I changed that because of the fact that, we found out on the way down that, hey, David wanted both of us, not just me.
Right.
So I couldn't talk about something and then, leave Ron out. So, but, I know what I'm looking for. I know how I'm testing someone.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it's going to be remotely. I'm going to be testing more remotely where they can't see my face, can't see me thinking.
Mm-hmm.
They can't see if I'm questioning them at that point.
Well, in that case with me, I will usually check and see if they have guardians with them. And if they do, I'll question the guardians.
And see,
so you have that ability, and she does too.
Right.
I don't have ability, so when I see a medium, I'm kind of like, I got to play it by ear.
And that you do,
and kind of read the person when they're with an investigation.
And so that's when I literally will tell people they need to trust their gut, their first gut reaction. Not their second, not their third. It's their first gut reaction. If you feel a twinge that something's not right, you need to listen to it.
Well, a few of the mediums that I've met in person that have impressed me and everything had told me stuff about my family that there's no way they could have ever looked it up on the internet.
Correct.
Especially my grandmother on my dad's side. Right. Because internet wasn't around. They weren't anywhere near anything. It'd be newspapers or anything like that. And to describe certain things, I've had a couple of them. One a few years ago, one the other night, surprised me tremendously.
And that's what should happen. I mean, literally, you should be surprised that they're like,
when they tell you something and you go, how did you do that?
Yeah.
Because it's the only way we should be doing that is if we're directly speaking to the spirit.
So, and the thing is, some of those same people that he's talked to have not impressed me at all because there's stuff that they did that wasn't related to what we were talking about and gave me something off of TV word for word in order.
Yeah, that's not okay.
And so am I saying they don't have abilities? I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that to me, I'm not going to take them at their word anymore because of what they did.
Susan basically answered her own question down.
Well, I mean, in our last, we were also talking about the ones that were giving away freebie readings and pushing themselves on you.
Oh yeah, they did that during one of the shows that you were on.
Yeah, that's just not. That's a red flag for me, big time.
Yep.
Or the ones that get me are the ones that send me a picture with the names you want me to contact.
No.
And I'm like, are you kidding me? That's called internet. Real quick, Google.
Yeah, precisely.
So, people don't know that, may not know this, but I do know that I can take a picture and put it in my Google search, and it can pull up anything I need on that picture.
Exactly.
If it's ever been shared on Ancestry or anything like that, I can get all this information. And yeah, Susan, if somebody is asking you,
personal questions, information during reading,
Yeah.
Yes,
Ask
it
you,
is.
does,
That's a
instead of-
warning
if
sign.
if they ask you, does this make sense? Don't answer until
Right.
you're done with the reading, because anything after that, you're validating what they're saying. You need
Yeah, because they ask that question, they're going to go on with that
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah. I mean, that's that. I have done that only when I'm like 30, 40 minutes into a reading and we already have confirmed everything else.
that's, and like I said,
Yeah.
that's different. But
And I will ask, like, why is he showing me an old fashioned sock with oranges and nuts in it and not a stocking? You know, things like that. Yeah.
he maybe he wants to get his nuts out of the sack.
Well, actually, he was telling.
I know it's Christmas.
This last one I'm referring to, he was actually wanting his wife to go to Sutherland's and get his stuff that he normally got, and she hadn't done that yet.
Oh, well,
So-
we do have one more question we got to get done before we get to the end of this.
You're right.
Susan asks, is it possible to bind a spirit into a mirror?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's not something that I would ever do, but you can. And you come across mirrors like that all the time. I was actually in Brass Armadillo a few years ago, walked around the corner and there was a mirror hanging on the wall, and I went because I saw a face in it. And I was like,
yours, right?
yeah, I was like, no. And I went, Christopher, and I made him come back down the aisle. He saw the face in it. So, it was one of those things. There was spirit stuck in the mirror. And yeah.
Man.
Did you buy the mirror?
Oh no.
Did you clear it?
No. We said no. We walked away, and actually we're like, we actually put a seal over top of it before we left.
There ain't enough tobacco and chicken's feet in the world to make us bring that home.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard that or not, but he's like,
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I think I knew the answer to the question.
Yeah.
Just trying to make
But,
everything clear.
What was funny is we literally knew that it was from somewhere down south, like New Orleans. It was not good.
So it was not of Missouri origin.
No.
So I know where the Brass Armadillo is. So
Yeah, that I don't know who ended up buying that, but that's a fascinating place to go if you ever want to do haunting stuff.
I would think so. I mean, there's so much stuff just along I-70 that makes sometimes makes your
we've
body
had
crawl.
spirits follow us through the store, and just because they're there with their item.
So you believe in haunted items?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
And there will be live human or live spirits that will accompany an item, also, not just the feeling that you get from it.
So we've got 3 minutes left.
All right.
Can you tell everybody where they can find you?
Social media. I'm on Facebook. Heidi Taylor. Just look up Heidi Taylor Psychic Medium. My email address is abnegativearts@gmail. I am around town at KC Metaphysical. If you happen to be in town, we'll be back at it next March. I do classes, and you can contact me through any of the social media, and I'm on Twitter and Snapchat and all that other fun stuff. So other than that, this has been fun. This is my second time to do this. So
Well, like I said, this is something that we're trying to see if people like it. Doing it from
And so
their
far,
own
we got
home.
good watchers. The numbers go up and down and up and down.
that's
People are
what we
getting
want to
ready.
hear.
But
Yeah.
it's also Friday night football games.
Well, that football's not on tonight. It's Thursdays.
No, I'm talking high school.
Oh, high school. Yes,
playoffs.
that's right.
That's where all your listeners are at.
No, it's over.
Yeah.
Oh, it's over. It was over on Thanksgiving.
We got
On
college
Thanksgiving,
tonight.
it's college.
Oh, good.
Well,
So yeah. So we'll probably get into basketball now. So, but yeah, it's been wonderful. Thank you guys for having me on.
Well, thank you so much. And
yeah.
our next guest is ready
Now
in the green
remember to
room.
come back at 9:00, Heidi.
I will do that.
It'll be the same link.
Okay.
And the person that we were telling you about is coming on next, and this is
fantastic. I'll leave mine on mute, and we'll be listening. So
perfect.
We'll see you guys here in a little bit.
Okay, then we'll bring on up Rex Nielsen from All Out Paranormal.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Rex, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
Why am I getting a feedback?
Oh, it may be too loud. Is that better?
Try now.
Okay.
Is that better?
Nope, still hear it.
How about now?
Still hear it.
Wonder why.
I don't know. But you're going to be on the screen by yourself anyway. So, everybody, here's Rex with All Out Paranormal.
Hi, everybody. Like they said before, my name is Rex Nielsen. I founded All Out Paranormal with my two boys almost 11, 12 years ago. And in the past couple of years, it came down just to me being All Out Paranormal. My boys went their separate way, but this year I talked with my boys and I've added new members, and I couldn't be prouder of who I have. Candy and Derek Slater, Stacy, but I don't know, Toma and Stacy Toma. And actually I'm at Candy and Derek's house right now. We have a event that we're going to in Rock Island, Illinois at the old YMCA. So I'm excited about that. We were there a couple of weeks ago, and I was invited by Madison from Madison Paranormal. I took her under my wing a few years ago when she wanted to get a start. She's done a phenomenal job, and I was flattered that she asked me to come. I was the first guest they asked to come for tomorrow night. So, but I'm bringing my whole team. My wife is a part of it too, but unfortunately, she has to work. I wish she was here, but she was on our show last night, so that was great. I guess I'll start what got me into the paranormal. I've been interested in it all my life, but really started between the age of 4 and 5. One night, these two apparitions out of nowhere just showed up in my bedroom. And I actually, even though it's been 53 years ago or so, if you can see this, this is what I saw. And they were like smoke, but that's all I could see. And I was between 4 and 5, and this went on until the age of 8 when I moved away. My family and I moved away. It was every single night they would show up, and I called them the bad ones. They would tell me the most horrible, disgusting, inhuman things that I've ever heard, and no 4-year-old should have ever heard any of it. I've never repeated it, and I won't to this day. I won't say what they told me. The only thing I'll tell you is that they wanted me to kill my little sister, which never happened. She's like my best friend. And then I would ignore them. I could hear them in my head. They always wanted me to get off the bed, and I refused to. So they became more intense, and I would ignore them, which made them even madder. So one day, I had gone out with my mother, and we went shopping, and I got like 4 or 5 new Hot Wheels. And my room was 8 by 10. So my bed was at one end of the room, and my dresser was on the other end. And I'm a little OCD. So my new Hot Wheels, I lined up on the top of my dresser, and they showed up, and they were extremely agitated and mad at me because I wasn't paying any attention. I wouldn't listen to them. Then all of a sudden, my Hot Wheels were shooting 10 foot across the room, one at a time, towards me. But it's like they hit an invisible wall and they fell to the floor. And that's when 2 other apparitions showed up, and I called them the good ones. And this is what I saw. They were with me every single night that this would go on. And they were always telling me, don't worry, we'll always be there for you and we'll protect you. Like I said, this went on until I was 8 years old. Then at 8, we moved away to Oregon. I never seen him again. I was never bothered by him again. Then, I say about maybe 3 or 4 years ago, maybe 5, I was in my bedroom, reading, and all of a sudden this beautiful yellow gold light appeared behind my book. And of course, when you're doing it, you're reading your book, and then you're going. And what I seen was the good ones, these here. But I could see them as plain as Carl and Denise. They were there at the end of my bed. And it was so awesome to see the gentleman in a pinstripe suit. He had a bowler and a cane and a handlebar and mustache. She had this beautiful royal blue dress on with a bustle and her hair all done up. Absolutely gorgeous. And I just sat there and looked because I knew who they were. And like I said, this was 53 years ago, probably, at least. And I just sat there and I never felt so much compassion and love over me ever. I mean, hard to say this, but even more than what my parents and family made me feel. And finally, they just both smiled, reached down, and each one of them put their hand on my leg. And for the first time, I actually could see them speak and hear them. And they said, don't worry, we will always be there for you. And then they faded back into the light and they were gone. Which, once it was over with, I thought, phew. I was 8 years old going, that's over with. I hope I don't see him ever again. And it was an amazing experience. So between the age of 4 and 5 is what started my paranormal journey. And like I said, I've always been interested in it. After I graduated from college, I ended up going into law enforcement. And I spent 31 years in law enforcement. I retired in 2019. I'm proud of what I did. I loved every day getting up and put that equipment on and going out there and running towards trouble and taking care of it. But in 2019, I was done. The stress on me, my body, and on my family. I couldn't put them through it anymore, thinking that they're going to get the knock on the door and Dad wasn't coming home. So with that said, I lost way too many people in law enforcement. And the last one I lost, we've been friends for over 20 years, and I got the phone call. And to this day, I still can't believe it. He was an amazing man, and I miss him every day. But anyway, I still worry because there's a lot of friends out there I still have. And I don't want another phone call. Anyway, I'll compose myself and get back here. So, before I retired, my oldest son, Christopher, was living with me. And what location is on your bucket list? Well, Waverly Hills was on my bucket list. And I got to go. but unfortunately, what's going on now is heartbreaking. Love you too, Brandon. Thank you. Man, my favorite location. That's asking who's my favorite child. Oh, I would have to say, I'm drawing a blank. It's not Farrar. Farrar is awesome. Been there a lot. Thank you very much, Jane. Oh my gosh. Help me out.
Edinburgh?
Yeah, that's it.
Jalisco?
No, that's it. As far as haunted locations, would have to be Edinburgh because my oldest son and I spent a lot of time in there. He alone locked himself in there for 5 days, alone. And he's written a book on it, and I suggest reading it. It changed his whole idea and aspect of being in the paranormal, because at that time we watched all the television shows and of course had delusions of grandeur that we were going to be big and be somebody, and it changed it a lot. And we've spent a lot of time in there between the two of us and my youngest son as well. That would have to be my favorite as far as a location that you pay to go to and investigate. But one of the most amazing places was my parents' house. It was part of the Underground Railroad. It was a parsonage at one time. It was a funeral home. And just had so much history behind it. And it didn't matter what time of day that we'd go in and we'd catch something. To this day, probably 6% of all video and pictures, and especially audio that we caught, is from my parents' house. But after my dad passed away in the house, I never did another investigation there. After, when my mom started getting dementia, we sold the house. And but it was an amazing place. We identified 17 different spirits in the house. And some of the neatest stuff that we ever did. Never felt threatened or anything, but it had so much history with everything that went on. So that answers that question, I think. I hope it did. I still have stuff on my bucket list. Hinsdale House, Monroe House, Jeepers. There's a few more. I can't think of them right offhand, but those I'm looking forward to going to. In April, we will be going to the Monroe House, and I'm extremely excited about that. And let's see. We've had, as a team, my boys and I, we've had many amazing places that we went to. A couple of them, we were the first people to ever investigate them, and they've never been investigated since. One was in Hopkinton, Iowa. It's the old Lenox College that was built during the Civil War. And they used to have Civil War reenactments there in Hopkinton. Unfortunately, they quit doing that, but it took us 3 years to get the permission to go do Lenox College, which was the church, the auditorium, the male and female dorms, and the main building where the classes were at. We had a chaperone, which was absolutely fine, but she didn't come in the buildings when we were investigating. found some amazing stuff. Our first video evidence was from there. And once we were done, we got everything together. We put it out there for people to see. And it broke our hearts because people started breaking into the place. And it's on the National Historic Registry. And we felt so bad because of what we did, created it where people wanted to get in there and find out for themselves. But there's easier ways to do it. They broke in. They don't allow anybody to investigate anymore. So we were the first and last in there. Unfortunately, we had some great evidence and a good outcome, and then afterwards, people destroying the property and all the antiques and everything that's in them. It broke our hearts. But thank goodness the other places we've been to, the Abley House in Illinois, it's where a murder-suicide had taken place. The father killed the mother, drug her down the stairs. Then he went out to the giant oak tree that's outside of the home, and he hung himself. So we were doing an investigation at the Old School Saloon, which was one of our favorite places to go. It was a school that was turned into a saloon, and Barron was the owner. And I actually locked myself in there for 3 days by myself when we were doing the isolation project. But he goes, "Hey, do you want to go out to the Abley House?" And I'm going, "Are you serious?" Because it's on our list. So we go out there, and you had to take level B roads to get to it. And there's a train trestle just outside the gate to go in the Abley House. And it's all been documented there. And so we're standing there taking pictures because the house is like a quarter of a mile away, but it's all lit up. We can see it. And all of a sudden this car is pulling up, and I'm going, it's the law. Hope I can get out of this one. But it was the nephews of the owner of the house. And we walked down, showed them our cards, told them who we were, and asked, would it be possible for us to come in and do an investigation? Well, they opened up the fence. They said, we got to go call our uncle first. He was in Chicago. And we waited, 20 minutes, half an hour. We were to the point, it's not going to happen. We're not going to get in there. Next thing we know, both the boys come walking down with a dog and said, yep, absolutely, come on in. So we got to do the Abley House and caught some amazing things. And the sad thing was it was Halloween, and they really stepped things up because everybody tried to get on the property and burn down the oak tree where the father had hung himself. We probably spent 2 hours in there. They were very gracious. The house is very sad and heavy, but some of the photographs that we caught were amazing. And I wish we could have spent more time, but we were lucky enough to get that done. And I wish everybody could go to it, but last I knew, nobody can go. So anyway, those were two great things that we got to do. But then slowly after a few years, my youngest decided not to do it anymore. My oldest went off and started a group with his girlfriend. And so the last 3-4 years have been investigating on my own. The last big investigation I did was in Colorado, Canyon City, Colorado. The owners of the St. Cloud Hotel got a hold of me through my cousin. My cousin and my aunt and uncle lived there in Canyon City. My cousin Sharan knew the owners of it and was telling them about what I did, and they wanted me to come investigate. They flew me to Canyon City. They were going to get me a car and a place to stay, and I said, no, I've got relatives here. I can stay with them. And my cousin let me use one of her cars. And the place is on the National Historic Registry. The owners now are going to make it like it originally was. It was a grand place and a lot of history. The KKK actually ran and owned it for 4 years, and they had their own bank in it. And one of the interesting things, it's only 4 floors, but there's a bunch of two-way mirrors. And there was spaces where they would go between the walls and watch what was going on. Some of them, of course, were busted out when I was there. It needed a lot of TLC. But I locked myself in at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and didn't come out till between 7 and 8 the next morning. I set up equipment on every single floor. The 4th floor, I really didn't stay up there because before they patched the roof up, there was pigeons poop everywhere. It was horrible, and there were dead pigeons everywhere. So basically, the main floor and then 1st floor, 2nd floor, and 3rd floor. It was quite a night because my wife is a sensitive, a medium, you could say, an empath. And she told me about a woman that had been murdered on the 3rd floor. So through the night, I would go up to each floor, and I had a pillow and a blanket because it was cold in there, and would ask questions because I had recorders running on every single floor and cameras. And when I got up to the 3rd floor, I had taken, 150, 175 pictures before I laid down and was asking questions and listening. After it was all said and done, when I got home, I was going through the pictures, and there's a picture of a woman laying almost in a fetal position on the floor where the woman had been killed, and it was over a jealous rage. And the whole time I was there, I kept smelling roses. And it was an amazing picture because I was told about it, and with my editing software and stuff, I put it through everything, and that picture of the female laying on the floor, which was right next to where I was actually laying, that's where the figure was at. I put it through everything, and it's in every single filter, everything I could do to it, and it was great, another great event. But being alone, I'm still going through the audio and stuff, and the video. I got a long ways to go on that. And then it'll be 2 years ago. My oldest son got a hold of me and said, "Do you want to go to Waverly Hills?" And I was like, "Who doesn't?" So there was 10 of us, 10 or 11 of us that were going to go to Waverly Hills. Well, everybody was carpooling and didn't have room for me. So I drove my motorcycle. I had just gotten a new one, and I took off, drove to Kentucky 3 days before everybody else. The place is amazing. 5 hours was not enough time, and I caught some amazing stuff there. I still going through it, and yeah, it's horrible what's happening with it now, and hopefully something will become good of it, and it'll still be around to be able to investigate. I have a question. How do you recommend people wanting to get into the paranormal protect themselves when going into a haunted location? Oh, what I do, being a man of faith, I don't, whatever God you believe in or whatever faith you have, I still encompass and pray over all the people that are with me when we go in. I didn't do it one time, and it turned out to be horrible because I didn't, and I was strict about that, and I didn't do it, and some horrible things happened, and it was my fault, and I'll never let it happen again. So okay. But yeah, make sure you protect yourself. I ask for the Lord and all the angels to encompass us and keep us safe. And I always thank the spirits when we're there, introduce myself, thank them. And when we leave, I do the same thing, thank them. You know, we have to leave now. We will be back, but you have to stay here. You can't come with us. So that's what I do, just as a rule of thumb. I know other people, there's other faiths and other religions out there. Just make sure that you do that and you are vigilant on keeping an eye of your team and whoever's with you. And the podcast we had in Greece, I just was blown away. I was here at Derek and Candy's place, and they were with, how do you say her last name?
Catherine Sorillos.
So Catherine Sorillos from Greece. Amazing lady. I can't say enough about her. She's awesome. Well, Derek and Candy were asked to be on a show on, it was a, wasn't it? Radio station. And it was all pre-recorded, their answers and everything. Well, on a break, we were talking, or Candy was talking to Catherine, and was it the producers of the show or whatever?
Catherine called and said, hey, we're getting you live in 15 minutes.
So we're all huddled on the couch together, and an hour show turned into 3.5. It was amazing. We were the first Americans to ever be broadcast live on a Greek radio station. And, we kept saying, well, we got 20 minutes left. And the next thing we know, they extended it. Had some amazing questions asked and answered. And from what I understand, we were the biggest or one of the
biggest ever for that radio station.
Yeah, we were the biggest draw for viewing and listening ever on that radio station, which I'm so humbled and flattered about, and so is everybody else. And then when we were done, they started a paranormal.
We're going to be doing more work with them in the future.
Yeah, we're going to be doing more work with them in the future. How about that? And excited about that. Thanks, Brandon. I can't wait to be with Catherine again and do some investigations. I miss her greatly. But if you watch on the Bill Wrights Network, she will be on All Out Discover the Paranormal with All Out Paranormal.
December 22nd.
No, that's Hinsdale.
That's the 29th.
Oh, the 29th. Wow. Okay, never mind. The 22nd. Catherine will be live with us from Greece. I can't wait for that. That's going to be extra special. And it's going to be a tough day because I go in for complete knee replacement surgery on the 22nd. I will get home, but I'll be damned if I'm going to miss the show. I'll be there. And I'll be smiling too. And and everything has just, I told everybody I'd taken the year off because of my health and other things that were going on. But I got tired of sitting in the background and not being able to get out and do what I love to do. And it's even more exciting now having my wife, Kenny and Derek and Stacy as official members of All Out Paranormal. We've got huge plans coming ahead. A lot of stuff in the works. which you'll find out about for All Out Paranormal here, probably in a month or so. And looking forward to letting everybody know. It's some really cool stuff that's coming up. And follow us on Facebook, please. It's just All Out Paranormal. Follow, share it with everybody. Our site is getting bigger and bigger and bigger every single day. Doing what? Yes, correct, Barb. Absolutely. Doing what you love to do is healing. Brandon, it's great to have a good wife behind you. Yeah, absolutely. I wish with her working and stuff, it's kind of hit and miss for her to come on investigations. We're hoping she can go to Monroe House, but we've got other ones coming up, and hopefully she'll get to start going on some of them with us. So far, what we've done with the new team, we've done Villisca 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Villisca 3 weeks ago. Then we did the following week Rock Island at the old YMCA. Lisa Viner, we had her on, and she's such a neat lady, and it's an amazing place. You never are disappointed when you go there. It's got a lot of history, and it's amazing. Hey, Phoenix. So then we had a week off, and tomorrow, like I said, Madison from Madison Paranormal has invited us to come, and we'll be doing that event tomorrow. Let's see, Aaron and Nick will be there. Do you know who else is going to be there?
Paragem and
Paragem will be there.
I forget the other two gentlemen's names.
But there's two more that'll be there with us, and if you go to our Facebook page, All Out Paranormal, it's on there, and it'll tell you who's all going to be there, and it's going to be fun. There's a lot of people like Aaron and Nick. It's been a long time since I've done an investigation with them. I'm really looking forward to that. It'll be a lot of fun, and there are tickets still available if anybody would like to join us tomorrow. They are $30 a piece, and it's worthwhile because every event I've ever done there, if we've raised money, I've always given it to Lisa Viner to help things keep running, and it's a neat place. More people, we're pushing it out there because we'd love to have more people from other states and other groups to come down and go through it. You won't be disappointed. It has ties to the mob. It was a bordello, and so much other stuff is linked to it. You won't be disappointed at all. So I've got a half an hour in so far. If there's more questions, please keep asking. Like I said, the tickets are available. A Bordello of Blood. No, Brandon, not quite. I've seen that movie too, but no, it's not that. Yes, Denise. So, hey, Carl, Denise, thank you for joining me.
Well, here's the question I have.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. You guys are giving us a tour tomorrow night.
Yes, we are. Yep, absolutely.
Can you talk a little about that?
Oh, geez, I'm sorry. There's so much stuff going on. I didn't forget. Candy threw something at me and hit me in the head and said, "Hey, let them know."
5:15.
At 5:15 tomorrow at Rock Island. Is Ron going to be with you, Denise?
He'll be on here with me.
Okay. And we're going to give a tour of the place, and will be for an hour, correct?
45 minutes.
45 minutes. I'm looking forward to that because I haven't really talked to Denise a lot lately, and which is my fault. Hello, Phoenix. There's just been a lot of things going on with everybody, so tune in tomorrow.
At 10 o'clock, you're going to go live.
Yes.
Investigation.
Yes. Yep.
Right here on the end of the end of the Paracon, you'll get to see an hour or so or more of a live Paracon.
That's the yeah. We'll be on there with other people. I can't think of the word. But
Yeah, I've
yes.
already told Aaron and Nick about it.
Okay, good. What is your favorite equipment? Well, it's easy. This right here. Myself, my body. Nothing is better than that. I mean, there's a lot of awesome equipment you can have, but I always tell everybody that my body is the best piece of equipment that you can take with you. You can feel a lot more. You can sense it. And a walkthrough, and which is my favorite thing to do, is walk through, and you get kind of to know the place when you're walking through. And nothing's more sensitive than yourself. And that's basically it. My favorite piece of equipment is me. Sounds kind of bad, doesn't it?
I'm glad Denise
It's me.
How about other than yourself?
Other than my,
for the UK.
other than myself, a recorder and a camera. I don't know if my spirit photography. I'm extremely blessed with what I've caught over the years, and I've taught classes on it and so forth. And a recorder. I mean, there's all different apps out there that we use. Spiritus, Necrophonics, EchoBox, which, thank you, Carl. I love that. It's awesome. But I just love taking the recorder and sitting down and having an old EVP session. It's more personal to me, and I introduce myself and ask them, I'm here to listen to your story if you have one.
Yeah.
And nothing is more exciting than going back and listening to the recordings and getting the intelligent answers and responses from sitting there. I don't do that whole, let's do, a 5-minute session, a EVP session. Once I get to a place, I turn the recorder on and I don't turn it off until I'm done. And usually there's more than one running. How do you tell the difference between a drop of water, dust, and possible spirit energy?
In your pictures.
Oh, in my pictures, a lot of what I've caught, so-called orbs, a lot of them can be written off because of an insect, dust, water. But the ones that I have published and actually put out there are just a single one in a room that actually I've caught different colors of them, and I've caught some outside on a beautiful day, and one huge orb will appear because one summer all we did was graveyards and cemeteries.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't explain those away. I can't. And I know people come up and when I'm doing an expo or anything and say, "Hey, look at all these orbs," and I don't sugarcoat anything. I'll tell them, "I'm sorry, but That's the dust that was kicked up. And you can tell if it's an insect. It's definite. There'll be like a spiral or something in it that you'll be able to see. So that's how I tell the differences. The ones, like I said, the ones I put out, I can't explain away. I've seen red, I've seen green, I've seen blue, and a lot of red ones actually I found when we were in the cemeteries or graveyards.
Yeah.
I found it quite a bit that way. Is there... Oh, there's more comments. Let me see here.
But now when you see the orbs, you zoom them up to examine them, correct?
Yes, and they do look like there's something in them. You know, it kind of reminds me of The Wizard of Oz when the crystal ball and how when it's starting to form something in there. That's what it reminds me of.
Linda the Good Witch.
Yes, I blow them up and I look at them for quite a while. You know, one of the things I've learned is when you think you've caught something, is to turn it upside down, and you'll be amazed on some of the stuff that becomes more clear to what you've captured. I thought it was kind of just whatever. I'm not going to flip them upside down, but I started doing it, and I'm glad I did.
A friend of mine, he takes photos, and he gets faces and everything.
Yeah, because wasn't that I jumped in or was part of that, and you guys sent me some pictures that he had taken right after he got home.
That was a different guy.
Oh.
My friend Joe Citrone from Paranormal Survivor.
That's one of my favorite things to do. I can't take all the credit for what I've caught over the years. Have you ever caught a bright white square? No, that I have not. Carl and Denise, have you ever caught? Yeah.
Not a square.
Not a square. Never. That's interesting, though, but I've seen a lot of things, but not a square. Spirits in them. Correct, Jane. Absolutely. Talking about orbs. You blow them up because there's something in them. I mean, there's energy with them. And it's fascinating to me. I mean, the software and stuff that I put them through, the software I've got, I can actually do a 360 of the picture. I can actually see all the way around it. And
I take it our comment person down here was at a cemetery last night and caught that bright white square.
Did you get a picture of it?
If you got a picture of it, send it to the Bill of Rights Network, where I can show it to everybody.
Am I interested in Bigfoots and UFOs? Yes, I am. I lived in the mountains of Oregon for 5 years. We lived 2 miles up a mountain, actually.
Have you ever hunted Bigfoot or UFOs?
No, UFOs, yes. Bigfoot, there was an Indian chief, and he was an Indian chief that lived. We had a small little community there, and he told me the stories about Bigfoot, and I mean, it's hard to not, believe it. There's some stuff I saw when we lived there. Like one time, we had a sheep farmer right across the road from us, and I don't know, he probably had 300 head of sheep. And there was a big open field they were in, but at the back of the field, of course, the forest started. And I was outside one day messing around we had a wolf, that abandoned wolf that we got. And I was out there playing with him, Lobo. And all of a sudden the sheep just started running as fast as they can to the opposite side of the the pasture, and I mean they were running into the fence. They were trying to get away from something. So I went and got the binoculars, and I looked, and I seen this massive figure just inside the tree line where there was enough light that hit him. And I mean, he's standing there, and he's got a hold of these branches that have to be 12 foot off the ground. And it was scary because I was home alone. And those poor sheep, they were almost killing themselves trying to get away from whatever was in that tree line. As far as UFOs, I've seen some strange stuff, but the biggest one was the last motorcycle ride I took with my father. And we were riding, and I kept looking up, and I kept seeing this silver, like a cigar, and I kept looking up, and it was following us for miles. And unfortunately back then didn't have cell phones or anything, so I didn't get any pictures. But I finally pulled up along Dad, and I pointed up because I seen him looking too, so we stopped. And I mean, it was as clear as day. It wasn't that high up. You know, I'd say maybe, to make a reference, I guess like 10 stories. I mean, and it was large, and the reflection from the sun on it was blinding. And we stood there and watched it for a good 10 minutes, and then, I mean, this thing took off. It was there, then it wasn't. And it was cool because it was the last ride with my dad, and we both seen it, so it was a neat experience. Strangest thing that you saw while on duty. Oh, I there was a lot of different things, but one of the strangest things was in the courthouse, where of course our station, you know, the sheriff's department was there, and of course we had to go around and check it about every hour or so, make sure that if somebody let themselves in, you know, get after them because they didn't let us know they were going to be there. But that building, I could be standing there in a completely quiet hallway on the second or third floor, and you could hear keys jingling. I'm the only one over there because only one person was sent over at a time, and you could hear the keys jingling. And on the basement level, they had huge vaults that they'd kept all the records over the years, and none of them were locked. But it took a lot to open these things up, and I'd be walking down the hall, and I would hear those vault doors open up. And I mean, I'm a big man, and it takes a little bit to open them things up. That's some of it. There was always something strange going on. Pictures would be taken down in the offices or hung upside down. One of the janitors, he was an awesome guy. He was in there cleaning the offices late one night. I don't know, it was about 10:30, 11 o'clock. I was working second shift for some reason. And I went to go check on him, and he was in the clerk's office. He's vacuuming, and all of a sudden, as I'm walking down, the vacuum cleaner quits. So he walks around, and he goes back, and it starts working again. So it went like 4 or 5 times before I got to the clerk's office, and I got in there. I said, "What's going on? What's wrong with it?" And he goes, "Somebody keeps unplugging it." I said, "Are you serious?" He goes, "Yeah." So he starts vacuuming again. It's 15 feet over to where it's plugged in. We're not near the cord. All of a sudden it quits. We turn around and look, and it's unplugged, laying on the floor again. I can't explain it. We just called him Harold because he wasn't he was mischievous, but he didn't, wasn't any harm or anything to anybody. But every time I was there, and you get used to it. I'd say, stop jingling the keys. I can't hear what I'm doing. So, yeah, that was some of the interesting stuff that I did in my law enforcement. What do we got? Most interesting...
ITC response.
I'm sorry, ITC? What's that stand for?
Your devices.
Oh.
I'll be back after this interview.
Okay.
I'm being interviewed somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
Okay, go ahead, Denise.
Thank you. Most interesting response I got from any of my equipment?
Yeah, like a spirit box or something like that.
I would have to say, since you introduced me to the Echo Box, having two of them running and actually them speaking back and forth to each other,
you tried
and answering
right?
each other, that just blew my mind.
Now, did
I mean,
you use
we're
the Echo Box and the Necrophonics talking to each other, or did you just use Echo Boxes together?
the first one was we just used two Echo Box, and they were having this conversation. I mean, we got intelligent answers. Then all of a sudden, they just started talking to themselves. It's happened with Spiritus and Necrophonics both, using Echo Box or either Spiritus or Necrophonics together. The conversations.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that is totally. Me and Ron ran across that by accident at the Sally House.
Yeah, and that's where I started doing it after you told me that you guys, this had happened, and I'm going, man, I hope it happens with me, but it does happen more than you think.
Yeah.
You
put
just have
two
to be
phones
patient.
Together and set a tape player in between them.
Yep.
Ask your questions, and you'll get answers out of both sometimes. And then all of a sudden, they start asking questions over here. This one answers and goes back over there. And you get to sit back and listen to a conversation.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing because, of course, you and I have been doing this a long time, and we've seen and heard a lot of things. But this new technology, you set it down, and who'd ever thought that you'd hear two disembodied voices having a conversation right in front of you?
Yeah.
I love doing it.
I can see mediums doing that.
Right.
I can hear spirits arguing back and forth. But now, through the ITC devices, now maybe we're starting to hear it.
Right.
Have you ever question here? Have you ever brought a spirit or attachment home with you?
If
you have, how did you remove it?
I personally have never brought anything home with me. Other people have. I don't let this be known, but I can tell when somebody has an attachment, whether it's good or bad. I don't advertise this. You won't see it on our page or anything, because most people seek me out. And the first time I had the ability, and I've got other abilities too, but I ignored them for so many years, and finally about 7 years into being out there and being established and doing paranormal events and whatever, I started to accept it. And what really made me accept it, Chris and I just got done speaking, and it was a huge group. The room was full. It overflowed out into the hallway, and of course we finished up. And on our way back to our booth, because people still had a lot of questions and stuff, and I said, well, we'll meet you back there. Well, some lady come up next to me and she goes, "You can help me, can't you?" And I looked at her and I said, "I'm sorry." I knew what she was talking about, but I don't approach people. They approach me. And she goes, "You can help me. You're the only one I can." I know you can. So that was the first time publicly that I got rid of the attachment that she had. She still contacts me. Her life had just gone down the toilet. She had lost everything. After that, she got the job of her dreams. Everything turned around, and she still thanks me and gets a hold of me to this day. And oh my gosh, that was quite a while ago. And I end up clearing 7 people that day. And it absolutely drained me. I didn't go out with anybody that night. I went and ate and got to my hotel room, and I didn't remember anything till the next morning.
Right.
But yeah, but I've never taken anything personally home. But I've helped people who have attachments, whether they caught it at an investigation or whether they've had it. So,
Well, we're getting about the end of the time here for yours.
Okay.
So tell everybody where they can find you at, Rex.
Okay, you can find me on Facebook at All Out Paranormal and my awesome group there as well. You can find me on Instagram, Snapchat. I think that's all that I'm on for now.
We have watch for us in the next month. We're going to be on Instagram and TikTok as well.
Yes, we'll be on TikTok in a month.
Within the month.
Within the month, yes.
And Instagram.
What would I do without you? Thank you, Candy.
Your walking
You can-
calendar.
You can find me there. You can find me on the Bill of Rights Network. I have a couple of shows. One I do with my son. One I do with Carl. Sticky Fingers. The one I do with my son is Music, Movies, and Maybe More, which is on Saturday nights from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Time. We just started our paranormal show, and it's been fantastic. People have really embraced it, and we've gotten a lot of compliments, and I love doing it. It's been a long time coming, and that's on Thursday nights from 6 to 7:30 Central Time. And it's called Discover the Paranormal with All Out Paranormal. And we have guests clear up through the end of December. We've got somebody every week. Next week we have Will Conkle, then Brandon, Catherine, and what? And then Daniel Klaus, who owns Hinsdale House. Good friend of mine. I can't wait to have him on. Well, actually, all of them are good friends of mine. Brandon, you can bring me home. I will. I'd bring you home with me, Brandon. And I can't wait to have you on the show. So that's it. You can also find me if you're interested. I have an art page called Unexplainable Art. Unfortunately, I don't have anything with me, or I'd show you. I'll show you one thing. Actually, I did it for Denise. They'd never had a logo. So I designed a
logo, and she's not here.
Yeah, I sent it to her, and she loves it. So if you can see it, here we go. It says Pride More Paranormal, and I put a lion with a crown on it, and
Awesome.
I thought it was very appropriate, and she loves it. You know, they've been doing it a long time and never had a logo, so I was honored to do it for her.
Right.
So that's it. Keep an eye out. We got a lot of great things that we're planning on doing for the next year. So keep an eye out. We're excited and can't wait to tell everybody.
Okay, we will. And Rex, I want to thank you for coming on the Paracon. And
Thank you.
We will see you tomorrow. and
Yes, on the
everything.
panel. Yes.
Well, yeah, you're going to be on the panel tonight, right?
Oh, is it tonight?
We're on the panel tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, we're on the panel tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, you can be on it tonight too, because you're one of the hosts on here today.
Okay, we're going to eat.
Okay, that's no problem.
But what time? 10 o'clock?
At 9 o'clock.
At 9 o'clock? Yeah, I'll come back in, and absolutely, I'll be on it tonight too.
Okay. Well, thanks again, Rex.
Thank
Everybody,
you.
We'll see you in a little while, Rex. But everybody, Denise is on a radio show right now, so I'm waiting for our next guest to pop in the green room down here and everything. And while we're doing that, I'm going to play one of our advertisements here.
By the time the world around us was falling apart, I answered the call. I left and you called me a hero. When I returned, you didn't care. Now you treat me as an outcast? 22. That's how many of my brothers and sisters die each day. 22. Every day I struggle with my demons. Every day is a war that I feel I'm losing. Every day I wonder if I'll be number 22. I fought so you could keep your freedom. The least you could do is acknowledge my existence.
That's from Santiago. There, an actor. You've seen him on Walking Dead season 4 and different things. He's got some other movies coming out, but this is his book. You can find it on Amazon. There's the link right there for it. Just look up his name on Amazon. It's a veteran's homecoming. It's his story of when he came back and suffering with PTSD. So make sure you check it out and everything. Denise, like I said, is on another podcast. I'm waiting for our other guests to pop in. Okay, Phoenix, that's great. But I want to thank everybody for showing up for this Born No Travel Required SuperCon. This is day 1. Tomorrow we've got a lot of guests coming on. Waiting for David Glidden to pop in down here. He's our next guest. And we'll get him up as soon as he comes in. If you have any questions and everything, ask them in the chat room over here. And this is a veteran-sponsored podcast for the SuperCon for veterans. So if you know any veteran organizations in your area, please donate. Denise had a flyer up earlier. So when you really watch this at the beginning, there is a veterans organization in Kansas City that we like to help. So, like I said, I'm just waiting around for Rex and David to show up. Rex was the last one on here. David's our next speaker. As soon as he pops in down there, we'll get him up on the screen. But we have a lot. I didn't get it, Brandon. Denise might have got it. Put the link in the messenger down here, and I'll put it up on the screen, Brandon. So, Brandon Cooper down in the Carolinas down there, he's part of a veterans organization. So as soon as he puts it up, the link for his veterans organization, that if you'd like to donate down there, we'll get it up on the screen. But yeah, this was a quick put together type Paracon. If you're liking it, please let us know. Give us all these hearts and love up on the screen. But I don't know where David's at. He should be popping in here anytime. We sent him the link, so we will have to wait and see. Thanks, Barbara. Yeah, it's been an interesting night with the guest speakers we've had on here and stuff. We've got a great lineup tomorrow. You're all really going to be shocked. tomorrow we've got some great speakers going to Bill of Rights Network, and there's a list of who's going to be talking tomorrow. Go over there and like and follow the page. We're close to 2,000 followers over there. Let's bump it up, get it up to 2,000. So, and we are broadcasting live on the Bill of Rights Network, Things Network, Japan Paranormal page over in Japan. And we also have a webinar site set up that a lot of people should have got the link to it and everything. We're trying it out. The next time we do this and our shows, I'm working on our website. We will be live on our website using the StreamYard on-air platform. So, okay, Barbara. But, okay. Oh, Brandon, I don't know what that is you put up there. But here is, if you'd like to donate to the veterans group down there in the Carolinas where Brandon's at, it's www.veteranshavenofhonor.com. And he must have sent, oh, he sent the Facebook page. That's what he sent. Facebooker will bring you pics and SD card tomorrow. Okay. Who's the Facebook user? Trying to figure out who's that. And Brandon says it's in a square link. Okay. No problem. But they can go to that website up there where they'd like to donate. Like I said, I'm waiting for David to pop in here. Hopefully he's got internet service. I know he was driving to a location earlier. But y'all have any questions about the paranormal or anything, go ahead and ask them in the chat room, and I'll try to get them answered for you. If we don't get David in here before long, and Denise is on a radio show, guess what? We may do some ghost box talk here in a little while. So we may have that on here. But I'll give him a few more minutes and see if he pops in. If not, I'll get the Inkbox S out and turn it on and see what we can hear. Because there's always spirits behind me in this room that they go through. I think there's, way we've described it, sometimes there may be a portal in that wall where they cross through, go back and forth. Okay, Jay. Yeah. Like I said, I'll give David about 7 more minutes to pop in, see if he's going to do his. And if not, we'll get something set up here. Won't take me just a couple of minutes to get everything I need going. So, may even bring out the dowsing rods. It's the way I used to do my radio show before. I'd do spirit boxes and dowsing rods. And we had a really good show doing that. So we'll wait and see if David shows up. Like I said, if not, everybody just stick around here a few more minutes. And If he doesn't show up, we're going to use the Inkbox S. And with the green screen, it don't show the logo very good. But we will be playing that. Or I'll bring up Necrophonics or the Echo Box. And we'll try it. Because I know the Echo Box and Necrophonics can answer questions through the chat room. I've had it do it before. And Dave is here. So, with that being said, everybody, David Glidden from Four State Paranormal, Hunting History, and Boogeyman Radio is our next speaker. So, David, the show is all yours.
So I hope everybody can hear me all right. I just kind of set this up in a hurry. I am actually live on location. And let me shut this door. All right. So I'm at the Garnett House, the 1858 Garnett House Hotel here in Garnett, Kansas. About to do an investigation. Going to do a live streaming event tonight and tomorrow night as well. We're going to be doing some fundraising for family in need. So, for those of you that don't know, I have a YouTube channel called Haunting History. It's youtube.com/haunting history. We'll be streaming live on there after this event, and then, of course, tomorrow night as well. But let me introduce myself. My name is David Glidden. I've been researching the paranormal for over 15 years. I've been kind of in the media section for the last, I want to say, 8 years. Been doing my own show called Haunting History, where we focus on the history as well as the paranormal. And then I've done a couple of documentary films called Into the Light and Into the Light 2, explorations of the spook light phenomenon. But you can find those on Amazon, realhouse.org, as well as some other outlets, even on the YouTube channel. I'm also a host of Boogeyman Radio on YouTube and on Facebook. It is youtube.com/Boogeyman Radio with Charles Fort. And we discuss everything paranormal, conspiracy, true crime, a lot of the macabre stuff. So that's what we like to focus on. So, hey, Brandon. Hey, Jane. Hey, Jailbird. So that's all there is really about me. Now I've done conferences. I've done a lot of lectures and things like that. And a lot of what I like to do usually is try to get people to open up their minds and explore a little bit further outside of the norm. I like to talk about quantum physics and its correlation to the paranormal field. I think a lot of what we experience has to do with that. And if you look into things like the double slit experiment, and you focus on like how it relates, you start noticing ties. Take this out of my ear. You guys can still hear me, right? My earpiece just died. So I don't know if my mic works or if I have to change it. Hopefully the mic's working still. Okay, cool. Beautiful. So the double slit experiment is one that I suggest people look into. And then also I suggest looking into the fourth dimension, especially Carl Sagan did a really good explanation of it back in the 80s. But the correlation between the fourth dimension and the third dimension, how that relates to how we perceive ghosts and perceive the afterlife. I think a lot of that falls in line with each other. So things like that, I encourage people to check out. But tonight, on my way here, I didn't even know what I was going to be discussing. I really didn't. I didn't want to do the same old, where I discuss physics. I didn't want to do the same thing where I discuss the spook lights because of the movies that I've done. I'm kind of known as the spook light guy. just because nobody else has covered that subject really. And so what I narrowed it down to, and it came down to just some conversations I've overheard and things I've read online. I'm going to talk about why you shouldn't be in the paranormal field. Shocking, right? It's not so much why you definitely shouldn't. It's just so much how this negatively affects people and what to be careful of. I've seen people talk about the negative effects, but this day and age, so many people are joining in, and being blind to it, they don't understand at what cost this comes with. And I'm going to share a story of my own. And part of this actually stemmed from I went live earlier today on my way to Garnett, and somebody asked me how do I manage my time between the paranormal and my personal time, because I do so much. And it was an easy question now to answer because I've been in it for so long. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, it's going to sound like I'm crapping on everybody, but I'm really not. So if you feel like I'm talking about you, maybe you should reevaluate some things, huh? I'm going to be straightforward with you guys about everything, because that's what I'm here for. I'm here to blow smoke up anybody's butt and pat them on the back. So my personal, when I started out out of curiosity. I had questions I wanted answered, so I set forth in answering those questions. And at some point, it became satisfactory for myself. And after that hit, and then I started thinking, hey, I wanted to help other people find the answers that they were looking for. And then at some point, it got to be where the paranormal field changed. And it wasn't just like an overnight change. This was a gradual change. And people started wanting their places to be haunted. They wanted you to find a ghost. They didn't want for natural explanations. They didn't want things like that. They didn't want things explained away. In this time era, it's about 2010-ish, I was so involved with paranormal field that it became like an addiction. And that's what it is, honestly. So many of us are in the paranormal field or have this interest in the paranormal that it becomes an addiction. And if you're not careful with it, it can get the best of you. I've heard so many horror stories or just so many sob stories from people that, shouldn't have to put up and deal with the things that they deal with. Myself in 2010, I was so involved that I didn't care about anything else, and I ultimately, in a nutshell, ended up homeless. I was living out of a tent. I was drinking all the time, partying all the time. That kind of played a part of it, but my focus was mainly on the paranormal stuff. I lived in a tent for 6 months, and it was because I didn't want to go. I didn't know how to balance or prioritize life, because for me, the paranormal was my priority. That was my thing, and that's what I worry about with a lot of people in the that are just joining the community today. Honestly, it took a lot of digging, a lot of soul searching, and some time away from the paranormal field to really kind of find my groove, find my way. If it wasn't for one of my teammates kind of pulling me up by my bootstraps and helping me out, like, I probably wouldn't be here talking to you guys today about it. It took me a couple of years really before I fully got back into it again. But I had to learn how to prioritize things. And there's personal life, and then there's the paranormal. And a lot of people take the paranormal personally, which is a big mistake. You can't. And the reason for that is it's not tangible. And when I say that, I mean, like, you can't put your hands on it. You can't you can't, I want to say, live with it every day, deal with it. It doesn't have repercussions like regular life does, like your actual physical life. I have a daughter. What I do now is I've been taking time away to spend time with my daughter, and I spend time focusing on myself. I think that's a big thing that we need to realize and discuss in the paranormal community, is something that a lot of people know but are kind of ashamed or unwilling to admit, is that the paranormal field takes its toll on us. We're putting energy out there, guys. That energy is draining. It can take so much out of you that you can become depressed, not care about yourself, not care about your family, your surroundings. It could lead to other things, drugs, alcohol, whatever, abuse, sexual abuse. I mean, I'm kind of down with the sexual abuse a little, but just a little bit, not too much, because too much is just, Anyway, but I know so many people, and it'll be surprising to a lot of you just how many people that are well known in the paranormal community that are actually going through hard times. And the fact is, these people spend so much time and effort, energy, and money into becoming what they are and who they are, that they've kind of disassociated with their family and just kind of gotten lost in it all. And I see that this day and age, we have a lot of YouTubers, TikTokers, people on Paraflix, people on different paranormal channels, all over the place. Amazon, Tubi, and all that stuff. A lot of people are trying to make something out of it, And it took my downfall to kind of realize that you can't hold on to it as dearly as you think you should. We take it too seriously. There's going to be people who do these conferences, people that do these speeches, that will tell you this is the way things should be done. This is, these people are trash. These people should not be doing this. Those people have their heads up their asses. There's people that think they know more just because they know a little bit of science. And the fact is, they don't know jack squat. And the reason for that is they base everything's based on theory. They have no proof that what they're talking about is, gonna make contact with the spirit. They have no proof that, you're gonna see an apparition. They have no proof of that. There's no physical proof. They cannot summon a spirit on command. So, they piece together a lot of these theories, and I do this. I do it too, and I tell people about these theories, but I don't tell people that they're wrong. I've grown up from that, and there's going to be people that are going to come on and tell you, whether that be on YouTube, Facebook, or whatever. There's going to be people that tell you that, and honestly, they just are basing their ideas off of theory, and that's all we have to do. That's all we can do right now. But there is a growing hatred in the paranormal community, and I was guilty of that too. I was kind of mad at YouTubers for getting so popular, so famous, because of YouTube. My filmmaking versus theirs completely different. I've been in the field for so much longer than a guy that's been for like a year, and he's having so much success, and people are listening to what he has to say, versus an experienced investigator. Me personally, I took that as a little bit disrespectful, but I took it personal, and I think a lot of these people that have been in the field do as well. A lot of cynicism, and like I said, I've been doing this about a little over 15 years, and it's only until recently I've really started to realize you have to let go a lot, not take it so serious. I look at those YouTubers now and I say, hey, they're doing what they enjoy, and they're making money at doing it. So kudos to them. I can't fault them for that. You can't. The ones that act stupid and get scared at everything, you can't fault them for that. You really can't. But they don't know what's ahead of them. That's the sad part, because what they're about to experience in the paranormal community or in the paranormal world could bite them in the ass. So I did want to come on here, and I wanted to talk about my experience, and I wanted to kind of warn people about the paranormal. I wanted to, if you're thinking about starting a team and you're thinking about jumping into the paranormal field, if you haven't yet, I would say don't until you're actually prepared. And watch yourself when you're doing it, because it is addicting. So yeah, I did want to share that. Now, if you are thinking about starting a team, I've been asked a lot about how to have a successful team, because I still do have a team. We're just kind of disbanded right now because one just got out of back surgery, and the other one's kind of getting up there in age, and myself taking a break, for personal reasons. Like you don't want to get the paranormal burnout. But I've been doing this for so long, I think I kind of know a thing or two about what I'm talking about. Excuse me. This is not sponsored, by the way. So with starting a successful paranormal team, one of the first questions I get asked is, how can I do it and not go broke? And I would say, don't buy the equipment right away. Don't buy all the fancy lighting up, sound making equipment that you see on every show. It's not necessary. That's just there for an audience. That's what that stuff's for. It's for an audience. So many are afraid to step away and take breaks for fear of people forgetting who they are. Exactly. If you're doing a good job, I think people will remember. And if you're friends with a lot of these people and you communicate with some of them, I mean, you might lose followers, but I mean, if you're a YouTuber, you know that the majority of the people that watch your videos are not the ones that follow you. If you had like 1 million subscribers, only maybe like 100,000 of them that are watching your videos are subscribed to you. The rest of them are not subscribed. It's amazing how that works out. So subscribers are not important on YouTube. Just so you guys know, what's important on YouTube is views. But with a team, again, don't go for broke. Don't go in there to buy all the most expensive equipment. Don't go out there to try to look like something you've seen on TV. Because number one, half that equipment, you can't verify any of the data. The majority of it, you can't verify the data. You can't log it. But on the other hand, a lot of people that are buying these equipment, they don't know what it does. So that would bring me to the second step, would be learning the equipment. Learn what you're using. Know the insides and outs of your equipment. So if somebody has a question down the line, you can answer that. Like, how does it work? That kind of thing. How do you know if it's working right? But also, once you know the faults of the equipment, you know how to disparage like what's actual evidence versus what isn't. Competition is another thing that you need to forget. Competing with each other. Although there's a lot of talk of paranormal unity, I don't think that that's an attainable thing, because we're all human. People hate on each other. It's gonna happen. We've been doing it since the dawn of time. There's been warring factions. There's been warring tribes. There's always people that are not in agreement, and we cannot fix that. World peace is a dream. Okay. Paranormal unity is a dream. It's a good dream. Don't get me wrong. It's a good dream, but it's not plausible or possible. So yeah, don't buy the most expensive equipment. Don't go for broke. Try to get along with everybody. Also, another thing is, don't buy into everything that you hear or read. That's another thing that's gotten so many people in trouble, and a lot of people tend to mock the investigators that do. It's like you could put a piece of evidence up that could be legit, but you know some people are going to tear it down because they weren't there. And how you respond to that is going to tell you a lot about yourself and a lot about your team, and it'll tell a lot of other people about who you guys are as well. When people see me at conferences and they ask me, "Hey, can you take a look at this photo for me? What do you see here? Is this orb? You see the face in the orb?" We got people in the background. Yeah, a little loud back there, guys. That's how a boss does it. So no, like people ask me if I see a face of the orb or whatever, or if I see whatever they see or what they capture, and they want my honest opinion about it. Well, my honest opinion is this: I wasn't there when the picture was taken. I don't know the environment. I don't know the conditions. I don't know anything about the picture other than what you're showing me. So I have to go based on what I see. And if it's an orb, I can tell you, sorry, I don't prescribe to the theories of orbs as much as everybody else does. I do believe in them. I believe that energy creates a circle. It's the simplest form it creates. But I don't believe that every circle that gets captured on footage is a spirit. That'll piss people off. But like Angel said, surround yourself with reputable, honest people. You yourself should be a reputable, honest person. Don't try to go out there just for the fame and glory, because honestly, there's not really much out there to be famous for. It's a trend right now where people have been buying haunted locations, or teams are hosting events at haunted locations, all in the sake of making a name for themselves, rather as opposed to raising money for these locations. There are ways you can do that. If you're giving back to the location, like you're not making anything from it, that's one thing. But if you're taking advantage of somebody that doesn't know any better, then that's a completely dishonest and unreputable behavior. But yeah, always just be honest. I'm trying to think what else I wanted to tell people about, about all this, about separating your time. It's easy to get caught up in everything. It's a whirlwind. I got caught up in it. I know a lot of other people that got caught up in it. A lot of people that have been on TV, they get caught up in it even. And you'd be surprised at where these people are now. I have gotten to the point, like with haunting history, I've basically stopped haunting history. I no longer do that. I don't do the video editing or anything for that anymore. I have like one video I'm going to edit. That's about it. And I'm probably not going to get it done this year because I am focusing on myself and my family. And I feel that's more important. But whenever I was doing that, weekends or something, do that, and then your regular week, focus on your family or focus on yourself. Take yourself out, go places, do things that are not paranormal. Get away from social media. That's a key right there. But outside of that, guys, that's all I really wanted to come on and talk about. It's the paranormal field's changed. It really has, and there's a lot of old schoolers, OGs out there like myself that we didn't appreciate the change. We don't like the change. But on the other hand, change happens, and you have to either roll with it or you die with it. And it's best to roll with it. So don't be mad at everybody anymore. Support each other. And if you don't like what somebody else is doing, don't pay attention to it. Don't put that energy into it. You're just hurting yourself in the long run, and you're hurting your team and everybody else that's surrounding you. So So just don't do it, and just don't take this field so serious. And if you are somebody that's out there and you hate everybody and everything that's going on, maybe you have deeper issues, but you know, people are going to people, and there's nothing you could say or do to change that. You could either just accept it and move on and focus on what you're doing, or just go away. Basically, in a nutshell. So I'm going to open it up. If anybody has any questions they want to ask me, feel free to ask me. I just feel like I went on this long ass rant, and you know, stay out of the drama. Yes, absolutely. Stay out of the drama. And while I'm waiting, if anybody has questions, tonight we are doing a live stream here at the Garnett House. Justin Spurrier, myself, Austin Spurrier, we're all going to be investigating. We are raising money for a family that is in need. We're going to try to give them a good Christmas. So if anybody jumps on the live streams later on, we have some tiers and we have some cool stuff that we want to do and get you guys involved as well. So let's do that. And I will say, if you do get to a celebrity status, guys, if you get to the celebrity status, use it for good. Like this, like what we're doing. I mean, we didn't have to. We just heard about this week, and we just jumped on it. So, where's the live stream? The live stream, on my camera, it is going to be on youtube.com/haunting history. It's also on my personal Facebook page and my Twitch account. Austin's going to be doing his from his TikTok. And then I don't know where Justin's going. I think Justin's going off TikTok and Twitter and all these other different, I have no idea where he's doing it. But we're going to have like a bunch of different angles and cameras of the live stream out there so you guys can find them. Do you feel like your change in mindset has made the paranormal fun again? That's a good question. My change in mindset really, I don't want to say it's made it fun again because it's always been fun, but it's been more enjoyable. Like it's always been fun, but doesn't mean it's always enjoyable. It has made it more enjoyable, but really my change in mindset is stemmed from the what's made it more enjoyable was getting away from social media. Honestly, social media is full of a lot of the hatred. Like I've made the comment so many times where I've gone on Facebook videos and all I see are fights, arguments, political stuff. Like there's so much negativity that's on the Facebook videos that I just cut out Facebook for a while. But when you surround yourself with people that you enjoy investigating with, like I do with Justin and Austin, when you surround yourself with people like that, yeah, you have a good time with it. And in fact, like, I mean, I've always had a good time investigating. I like doing experiments, which we'll do some tonight and tomorrow. But having that freedom, not caring what people think about you, the stuff you do, like it frees you to do so much more. So yeah, I guess having that mindset, the change in mindsets, allowed me to feel more free to do what I want. So in that aspect, that's where it's changed. Anybody else have any questions? Comments, concerns, verbal abuse? I'll take it all. It can be about the paranormal. It can be about spook lights or what have you. Chat. I guess.
Now, this investigation you're doing tonight and tomorrow night, are there tickets for it, or is it just a live stream?
Well, we were selling some tickets for it, but we did it in such short notice that a lot of people weren't able to attend it just because of how soon it popped up. But honestly, I mean, that it was soon on us too. Like, we just found out. We wanted to do something as early as possible so they kind of get their stuff
Right.
before Christmas. You know what I mean?
I understand.
So if you want to attend tomorrow, if somebody wants to attend tomorrow, just contact Justin Spurrier, or jump on garnetthouse.com and you can get tickets there. But outside of that, yeah, we're going to continue to live stream and do some fun things. We've got some stuff that'll get people involved during the stream, some of the viewers. So, yeah, they want to join the stream. Like I said, everybody. Myself, Justin, and Austin, we have so many different venues for the streams. But for myself, if you want to see from my camera, I'll be on my YouTube channel and my personal Facebook channel as well as Twitch.
Oh, that's great. It's glad to hear you're doing something like that to help a family out.
It's probably the best thing that we can do. Is as far as, like, I don't consider myself one of the paranormal celebrities. Because number one, I haven't been on TV. I haven't done anything like that. Just my own stuff, my own work. And, what I feel great about is that I've built up a little bit of a following from that. And I'm able to use that following to do stuff like this where I can, help somebody else out that's been in a predicament, because I've been in those predicaments and they suck. And, if it wasn't for somebody helping me out, I probably wouldn't be doing this now. So one of the best things that I've come to realize, and I think it comes with age too, is giving back. Even if you have abundance, or even if you don't have an abundance but still are capable, giving back is always a good thing, or a good way to live and kind of treat each other.
It's good. It's good. Now, are you going to plan another Paracon next year?
I knew this question was going to come up.
Hey, I had to ask you.
I'm still undecided. Still undecided.
Well, you put on a great one this last time. That was really good. And everything. Had a lot of great people down there. Got to meet a lot of people that we hadn't seen for a while, and some new people.
Yes.
So.
And I've got, if I do another one, there's some people that I was trying to get them to come out this time. There's some people that I really wanted out there that aren't like out there. Like, they're not doing these conferences, but the subject matter that they deal with is fresh in a sense. Like, you don't see their topics talked about, but they still have that interest. Like, one of the gentlemen I was trying to bring out this year, but if I do the con next year, I'm definitely going to make sure he comes out, is Pat Fitzhugh, who he's an author and probably like the guy to talk to about the Bell Witch. He's written several books on it. Probably the most knowledgeable person you'll ever meet on it. But he was one of the speakers I really wanted to have out there. But some things just didn't line up, so he didn't get to come out. But if I do it next year, I'm going to make damn sure he's out there. I've heard him speak. It's interesting. It's a great topic. But there's some other people that I'd like to have out there.
Right. And what I enjoy about a lot of the Paracon, especially yours and stuff, is people coming up and talking about new things they're trying. Just like you're going to try some different experiments tonight and everything. It's not the same old that you see on television.
Right.
And everything. And that's what's got to be shown more, because you never know when something's going to work. Exactly.
Well, see, and it's not like you have to do anything really scientific to have an effect on a location. In fact, like, one of the experiments that I've started doing lately, especially here at the Garnett House, and I'll tell you this, it kind of creeps myself out, which tells me a lot, because like, I don't get freaked out much, but like, this place and doing this experiment kind of puts you like in the middle of the ocean, surrounded by sharks. And anybody's free to try this. And if you try this, like, let me know how it went for you. But what we do is we turn off with all the lights off, completely off. You sit in a doorway, nothing to your back. You just sit there and you observe. You could ask questions or you can just be silent and observe. But what that does is it kicks off a mental state for you. Your psychology starts working against you. And like I said, you start feeling like you're in the middle of the ocean surrounded by sharks. Excuse me, that Mountain Dew.
Wow. Well,
But,
it's like I heard Nick Simons talking the other night about an experiment they did a while back. Is sit in a chair and put a mirror in front of you and just stare at the mirror
Mhm.
and everything.
It's a form of scrying. Typically, it's done with like a black mirror.
Right.
And that was something I started working on as well. I was going to build some of these scrying mirrors to use on some investigations. But people also associate that, kind of like how Ouija boards are associated with bad things.
Yeah.
Scrying mirrors are often said to allow access, much like a Ouija board does. So it's one of those things you kind of have to be careful with, I guess, if you believe in that.
You got to
not,
open it and close it, just like you do any device that you use. Is the way I look at it.
Yeah. But here's the kicker: is like when we do EVP sessions, we're also doing what technically we're doing a seance.
Yeah.
So there's not much difference from doing an EVP session and doing a Ouija board session.
No, there isn't. You're opening up. We'll use it like this. You're opening up a portal to talk through and everything through a device of any time, whether it be a spirit box, echo box, necrophonics, Ouija board, or the mirror, like we was talking about.
Yeah.
You got to learn how, when you open them up, you got to learn how to close them down and shut them down.
And I think with time for investigators, people investigating, with time, it kind of comes with that territory. I mean, I remember when I first started out, like I'd walk into a room and the energy would be so heavy, I'd be like, well, I shouldn't go in there. I'm just going to like step out. And now I can go into those places and I don't worry because subconsciously, it's like I put up a wall, a block on that. It's just something I developed over time. But I think that's something that people need to try to learn to do or try to accomplish. Our bodies are designed to tell us things. We should probably listen to them sometimes. But when you're investigating, sometimes you also tend to ignore the warning signs and, who knows what might happen.
Yeah. And that's another thing you talk about, people wanting to start a paranormal team. Not only learning their equipment, they got to learn each person they're with. Because if their mental state starts changing, you need to get them out of there quick. We both know that. We've had situations where you had to get somebody out of the place.
Well, my paranormal team, 4-State Paranormal, which is that logo right there. Right. After one of those events, we actually set up a rule because I'm like, if I'm going to change, you guys start asking me questions then. So everybody was in agreement on the team that if one of us started changing or being possessed or, what have you, or channeling,
right,
that we're going to ask 5 questions and then get that person out, so we can try to get some information while we're being used as a tool for communication, much like a recorder. So if we're being used as a tool or a vessel, then let's use that. Let's use that because not every spirit that possesses or channels through somebody is an evil spirit.
Exactly.
So we're just as much of a piece of equipment out in the field as a K2 meter or something.
Right. I mean, that's a good idea. I'd never thought of doing something like that. I'll have to write that one down for our team. But yeah, I mean, it's something else.
Yeah.
So you're going to be there tonight and tomorrow night at the Garnett House in Garnett, Kansas.
Absolutely. Spending tonight, tomorrow night, and part of Sunday here.
Now, are you staying in the house overnight?
Yep.
Awesome. Awesome.
I'll be sleeping in here by myself. So.
Well, that's good. That ought to be interesting video.
It gets a little hairy when you're in here by yourself because you're the only one that needs the attention.
Now, how long is the longest time you've spent in that house?
3 days. 3 days, 3 nights.
Would you do it longer?
Would I do it longer? Yeah. I've considered it. I considered filming a documentary about it to see how long it would take for Paranormal Activity to kick up. Of course, 28 Days Haunted came out and was pretty much based off of the Warrens' theory about how long it takes before people start experiencing the haunting and growing a communication / comfortability with the haunting. Like I've already built up a relationship with this place, and that's what I'll call it, as a relationship.
Right.
A couple of years ago, it got to the point where I would ask it, whatever's here, to do something, and it would actually do it whenever I would ask it. And I was able to show people on live streams. I was able to document it on Haunting History.
Mm-hmm.
And I hadn't. There was a stretch of time where I hadn't been out here. It was about a year stretch of time, and that connection kind of died down. But I've been out here about 3 or 4 times over the last month and a half, probably 2 months.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of reestablishing that connection again. So tonight and tomorrow is going to be really telling about where we stand on that. And if it's hopping, it's going to be great. It'll be good for the live stream. But if it's not, I mean, you can't force it to happen. You just got to roll with it.
Right. Now, the history down there, let's see, it's Wild Bill Hickok stayed there, right?
Yeah. Wild Bill Hickok, Wyatt Earp, Bat Masterson, Buffalo Bill Cody, Belle Starr. You guys see the lights flicker?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did it again.
So, yeah, activity could be happening. Who knows?
Okay. Have you ever thought of bringing a replica pistol or one of the old rifles replicas in as a trigger object and see what it would trigger?
Well, we used a cap gun in here before.
Right.
But what's funny is one investigation we were here, myself, John, and Justin Spurrier. And after a night of investigating, we decided to crash. We all went to sleep. I woke up. It was probably about 6 o'clock in the morning. I'd woken up and I was sitting in this recliner trying to go back to sleep. And out of nowhere, it sounded like somebody fired a gun in the house. Like, it was loud, super loud. I shot up out of the chair. John shot up on the couch. We went out looking around. We didn't see nothing. Nothing was out of place. Nothing had fallen. So we have no idea where that sound came from. But it did sound like somebody firing a gun in the house.
Now, if I remember right, one of the very first few times you investigated down there, you set up a projector with a film on the wall, didn't you?
Yes.
How did that work out?
It didn't really stimulate too much. We played old westerns, and we tried some of the earlier movies, like from the 40s as well, 40s, 50s, stuff like that. But nothing really happened out of that. We let it run for, I don't know, 2 hours, doing something like that. But that's a theory that it's an old standing theory where you try to replicate sounds or activity from an era and see if the spirits will react to that and maybe make noise or even show themselves.
Yeah, I remember you doing that. I never heard how it turned out and everything, because I thought about doing that one time and stuff.
It's a good experiment to try. It's if you want more information on it, I believe it's called the Singapore theory. I believe is what it's called. I could be wrong. It's not out of the realm of possibility that I'm wrong on anything.
Right. So
I'm not perfect, Carl.
hey, nothing's perfect out here. It's like in the paranormal field, if you're going to try stuff, you got to think outside the box on it.
Exactly. And it's like I
If you're
said,
stuck in that
earlier.
box, you're going to be doing the same old, same old, same old, same old.
And it's like I said earlier, you don't have to be scientific to experiment, because even the scientific people, they don't know. They have theories just like anybody else. They're testing hypotheses. They're basing their theories off of other theories or other things that have worked in science and applying it to the paranormal field. So they don't know. So there might be people that, you see at a conference saying, well, so and so is doing this and it doesn't work. There's no factual proof of that working. And then they'll talk about like quantum physics is the way to go, which I personally believe, but like I'm not going to tell people this is what you have to do and this is what's going to work, because I don't know.
Right.
Because we don't know. Science does not know yet. Yet is the key word. But it all comes down to testing hypotheses and doing it in a certain fashion.
Yeah. Well, it's like one of our speakers earlier tonight was talking about, paranormal investigations, and I've been guilty of it several times. I'm going to change stuff around, but walking into a location, every location you go in, you're asking the exact same questions.
Yeah.
And everything. If you're going to start out in a paranormal investigation, you might find out a little bit about the people you're investigating. And like they said, find out what they enjoy doing.
Right.
Look at, well, down there where you're at, you had gunslingers and you had card players. Start talking to them about their card decks and everything. If they're interested in playing a card game, things like that. Not when did you die? When was you here?
See, exactly. Whenever we go to some of these, especially the older homes like this, where you had the border wars with Kansas and Missouri. John Brown hid slaves here. So one of the things in places like this that I like to talk about is like, we had a black president. We bring that up during conversation. Like we'll from time to time we'll just have like regular conversations like we're actually talking to a person.
Mm-hmm.
And just be like, well, did you know we had a black president and such and all this, and see if we get a reaction out of that, because here in the South, I mean, that's a touchy subject. And if we had a black president and they didn't know, and then somebody tells me, hey, we just had a black president,
or you get talking to one spirit and they be quiet for a while, and you got another investigator in there, get a conversation going with the investigator back and forth. Yeah. That spirit will start talking because it's being felt left out. We've had that happen many a times.
And that patterns along with, coming in with the right energy, right moods. If I always tell people, if you're going on an investigation, don't go somewhere agitated. Don't be pissed off and things like that. Because think about like going to somebody's house or even walking into a room when people have been arguing. It's uncomfortable. Right? That feeling, the energy, it's uncomfortable, it's awkward, you kind of want to leave. Think about that with entities. If you're going in there, you're having fun people attract fun energy. People want to talk to the fun guy. They don't want to talk to the guy that's pissed off having a bad day. So go in with great energy. Fix your energy if you have to. If you've had a bad day, take some time for yourself, pamper yourself, do something that makes you happy, and then go. Right. Like with Justin and Austin, we clown around a lot and everything. We try to build our energy up, and it seems to help. Justin and I, we have a great rapport when we're together, and a lot of activity happens when we're together. Part of it's because of the way we interact. So yeah. I think that's very
important. Can tell that too.
Yeah,
is how they interact. So tell everybody where they can find you and where they can find these live streams before we get off.
Yeah. I'm on, you can find me on Facebook, follow me on Facebook. Just look for David Glidden. And then also Haunting History on YouTube. Boogeyman Radio on YouTube is BOOGEY, man, instead of IE. find that on YouTube as well. And then that's pretty much it for now. Because, like I said, I've kind of scaled it back a lot lately. So
Right.
probably for the best.
Well, David, I want to thank you for being on this Paracon, the first virtual Paracon we've done. Denise set up and everything. Now you're going to go ahead and go to your live stream, or are you going to be in the panel?
I'll be in the panel for a little bit.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I guess with that, we'll just bring everybody up because it's time for the panel. Denise is probably still on Greg Cox's radio show.
Okay.
Finishing it up, and she'll be in. But we're going to bring Rex up. We're going to bring Heidi
What's up,
up.
Rex?
And
Dave.
there's Nick.
Hey, Nick.
What's up, everybody? How's it going?
Hey, doing great. How you doing, brother?
Oh, good, good. Sorry, everybody, I couldn't make it earlier. I apologize. My
Hey,
dad had a wreck, and that was some mess. But yeah, I just want to apologize to everybody and all my friends here as well, just real quick.
Right. Is he okay?
Yeah, man, this dude, he running. My dad's 80-something-year-old, and this dude literally just run him into the side on his driver's side, knocked his mirror off, busted the window, shattered glass all over his face. He's got scratches and shit. Right? Oh, excuse me, scratches and stuff right through here. And all my dad knows is he's seen it as a white van, and it just kind of hit him and it's gone. So I was like, well. I mean, as long as you're all right. I mean, I looked at it. I said, man, there ain't nothing. I'll fix anything on that. So, as long as you're good, we'll be all right from there. But yeah, dude just kind of took off and left him. I was like, man, dude, he's like 80-something-year-old, man. You're just going to hit a dude and break his window, bust a mirror off. I mean, like bust a mirror off and then just like take off. All right, well.
No, that's bad. That's bad.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, but yeah. Yeah, he's okay. Thank goodness.
You made it in there. And David,
but how's everybody else doing?
They're doing fantastic. Fine. David, you had a question in here. Have you ever tried that poker game down there at the Garnett House?
We haven't. I think one time we started to play, but we just kind of got off subject, and we just left the table set up, and that was it. I know some people have played poker down here. And, sports and drinks and stuff like that, but really not too much.
Right. Well, folks in the chat room, this is an hour long here for the panel. Denise will be in here in a moment. She just put down there. So if you have any questions for any of these hosts up here, please put them in the comment section down there. But I mean, it's a free flow. If you got any question to ask each other, feel free to do it.
Okay.
So
I gotta think of a question.
I guess I can go a little bit since I kind of missed out a little bit. I tell you what, since I'm with a panel of fellow investigators and the like, there's a lot of things that brought me into the paranormal field and stuff like that. But what is it really about each one of your fields that really has got you that spark to move further and to progress yourself as well as what you're doing? Whoever wants to get in on that.
David, go first.
The women. I'm
kidding.
My answer. No.
Hey, I love an honest person. See, I respect that answer more than anything.
No, honestly, like the only reason I even keep doing it is an addiction. That's pretty much it. I'm addicted to it. Can't give it up, no matter how hard I try. But like I was talking about earlier, you can find the boundaries. You can make time. You can set your priorities and focus on those. But as long as you're dividing it up in a healthy way, I think it's manageable. But addiction.
Right on.
Right. Rex?
Oh, I mean, since I retired in 2019, the passion has been rekindled on doing this because I've got the time now to do it, and plus working with a lot of people in the paranormal community is made me want to go farther. I've learned a lot from a a lot of other investigators, and it just, it fired me back up even more than what I was before to go farther in it and explore more into it and bring it to light.
What's that spark? There's a spark that really got you going. What was that? Because there's something that I get off of you that's like that. Was there something something really big deal that just really knocked you into that? It was like, hey, I gotta do this.
I think the big spark was when my boys and I sat down and decided to actually form a paranormal group, and I got to do it with my two boys.
That's awesome, man.
I mean, unfortunately, we don't do it together anymore, but it was the most awesome thing. I got to spend more time with my kids, and we were so interested in the same thing. And that, you're right, that was the big spark when we decided to sit down, and it was like, oh, we can do this. Let's do this.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, to kind of brought you all together too, didn't it? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love that. What about you,
Heidi?
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
microphone.
Oh,
Unmute.
Yeah,
There you
we're
go.
on. Are we on?
there
you
she is.
go.
Okay. All right. With me, I'm a psychic medium, so it's been there all along. You really can't get away from that.
I know that feeling. Not as strong like as you in that field, but yeah, I do understand a little. Yeah, for sure, it draws you, doesn't it? Yeah, that or cannabis. So it's either you gotta kind of take one of those trails and you're good.
Right.
Yeah. It's I was talking earlier about chilling out with watching football. That's like a getaway.
Hell yeah.
Right on. Have to have an outlet, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've noticed that other folks that has different types of abilities, no matter what type, they have an outlet or two to get that's completely opposite of the paranormal or extra whatever, away from that.
Going from investigations, to watching Chiefs, hey.
How did they do today? Did they do good?
Kansas City Chiefs don't play today. They played tomorrow.
Yep.
No, they'll play Sunday.
The big game Sunday night.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Chiefs
So-
fan.
No,
Are you more of a Mahomes?
afternoon.
Is it tomorrow afternoon?
I'm a Chiefs fan.
Yeah,
A
they
Chiefs
took-
fan.
the
Nice.
Chiefs got kicked
Not
off
just
Sunday
football,
night
not
because
just-
they played
not
too
just
many
the-
games.
Yeah, just not Mahomes. But
I'm with you. Well, of course, this goes all the way back to where I was a Joe Montana fan when he was for 49ers and then went to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
And that's where I actually started being a Chiefs fan for a long time. And then, I'm with you there a little bit, but I kind of got to the Detroit Lions for a little while. So I'm in a bad area now.
my cousin would love you, but no, I feel so sorry for him. I have one cousin that is a super Detroit fan,
Right on.
Then again,
Bear down,
Right on, cousin.
Yeah.
Bear down.
I live 10 minutes from Arrowhead. She lives like 10 minutes from, the Detroit stadium. So it's
Right.
As a Bears fan, I'm
So-
disgusted.
My thing's messing up a little.
But no, the spark that got me interested
Hang on
in
just
it
a second.
was I'd seen a few things that I couldn't explain through my life. And then when we got invited to investigate
My
at our
internet's going down a little.
courthouse,
Hang on a second.
my pastor happened to be the zoning commissioner for the county. And somebody had to be with the team that was coming up, which was Dust to Dawn at the time. Coming up. And so I got that was the very first paranormal investigation.
How long
I'd
ago
ever
has
been.
it been, Carl?
Oh my God. 7 years.
Oh, wow.
That's when Dust to Dawn had a big group. I mean, now I talk to all of them and everything. Charles was I was there. The last investigation we did with Dust to Dawn at the courthouse is when Charles was inducted into Dust to Dawn, David.
Yeah,
But-
I remember when Charles was with us. Whenever I first met him, we did
Right.
an episode of Haunting History over there at the jail and everything. And
Right.
yeah, that was the first time I met him. Baby faced.
But anyway, we was there and see my pastor had been at the summer camp that the church owns with these kids from Honduras and places like that. And he'd seen possessions of these kids
Oh.
and everything and talked about it and stuff like that. And I got more interested and more interested in it. Then Dust to Dawn wanted us to start our own team and investigate up here. So they helped us a lot. But my big spark is what my pastor has seen and dealt with. I want to learn more about what's out there.
Yeah.
So you're wanting to further your knowledge. That's good.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
There's Miss Denise.
And I'll say rest in peace to Jimmy McVeigh, founder of Dust to Dawn.
Now they can continue on answering the same question. We'll start with Cheryl Ann. You can ask it again, Nick.
Hey, Cheryl. Well, it's just really just kind of seeing what that big spark is that kind of got you into whatever field that you had came from, and you know what is it, you know, that's really keeping that's pushing you towards more progression towards, like, you know, furthering in that field or yourself towards that field.
Well,
did I say it similar to the way I did it last time? Sorry.
No, you're fine. Mine didn't come to me as something I chose to do. I was kind of repelled into it by a death experience that I had at the age of 11. So after that chain of events, you know, things started happening that were that I'd never experienced before, like being able to know when someone was going to die. And that was proven at the age of 11. My brother Pat, I had told my mom he was gonna die, and when, and she, of course, said, "Oh, you know, you're just, you know, thinking of things that obviously aren't going to come true." And I'm like, "No, he's gonna die." So, and he was my favorite brother, so we were really close. And then it happened. The thing that was so weird about it all is he had a fixation for nooses, and he had them all over his room, hanging, you know, from like the ceiling, and he had people hanging from him, and you know, he had like you know, bombers and things like that, models. He was a model guy, so he kind of gave everybody a clue what he was going to be doing, which was he was going to commit suicide and hang himself. And that's exactly what happened. So when all that happened, you know, I just kind of started going about life wondering what the hell I was going to do with all that, because, you know, at the age of 11, back in 71, which I'm in my 60s currently today, you couldn't really tell anybody because they would have locked you up in a New York minute.
Right.
So, you know, I couldn't really do anything with my life until I was like more 18, 19, when things really started becoming prominent. Like I could really see what was going to happen, talk to spirits, being able to hear from the afterlife clearly. And, you know, I was able to predict a lot of things. And I really didn't become in the field and didn't keep getting inspired until in my 20s and 30s. And then from there, what keeps my spark is never backing down for the fact that there is an afterlife, and I live it every day.
Do you think that you got your abilities specifically for like have you figured out like what reason, you know, because I always come across folks that have different type of abilities that find a reason that they've actually got this that's drawing them towards, you know, something. So have you figured out a way or a reason that you think you might be getting these types of things like happen to you?
Well, you know, I stand firm, solid on my decision as to it's a godly thing. When that happened to me, I didn't realize until like in my 20s how close I was to Christ. And I believe that I didn't get this gift because he had nothing better to do. I believe we are chosen, and for the right reasons, to have these gifts or be able to prove things like the afterlife for him because, well, we all know that if you believe in Christ, you know he was an apparition for 3 days, and he did have prophesizers for him, you know, all through his course of his life. So I believe strongly this was meant for the right reasons for me to better mankind, and because I'm also a life coach and a criminal justice bachelor's woman. So, you know, I believe for myself that's my truth.
Hmm. What about you, Heidi? Since you have different type of abilities, what about you?
As a matter of fact, 3.5 years ago, I started doing readings as a medical intuitive. I actually can see through the human body like a human MRI, and that's very intensive work.
That would be something to have to even kind of. How do you come across? How does that affect you?
Just started. Well, first of all, I mean, just started happening, and I was talking to a shaman, and I said, I'm seeing this stuff. I don't know what to call it. I don't know where to go with it. Don't know what, being able to tell somebody, if their broken bone was recent or old, or whether they're getting arthritis, or whether they got parasites in their stomach or something like that. That's this kind of stuff I do.
Yeah.
And usually it's the people that can't get answers from other doctors. They end up coming to see me.
I can relate to that, Heidi, because one time I was doing a gallery read, and I had like 20 people there, and there was a gentleman there, and his name was Mike, and his wife Vicky were there, and they had came to this gallery very skeptical, and when her husband sat down in front of me, and I go to the greatest in need of person when I get with people, and I sense it right away. And it was crazy because he was sitting right in front of me, and I asked him if I could put my hand on his heart. And I turned and looked at Vicky, and I said, Vicky, do you mind if I place my hand on his heart? And she said, oh, no, go ahead. And I put my hand on his heart, and I could see the entire, the arteries, and also the blood flow, and the restricted blood flow, and also how his, can't think of what the flap is called.
Right.
And I turned around and looked at Vicky. I said, you guys need to go to the hospital, like now. Yeah. And she said, what do you mean? And I said, well, your husband has had a heart attack, and he's on the verge of having one currently.
Yeah.
And she started laughing. She started to laugh. And I said, Vicky, I'm not joking.
Yeah.
And Susan, my friend, spoke up and said, Vicky, you probably should. So they left. And of course the gallery went on for like 4 hours, right?
Right.
And after the gallery that night, Susan called me and she said, Cheryl, you are not going to believe this. I said, yeah, I live this. I said, what do you mean? She says, well, his cardiac doctor, they got him right into the hospital, and he came in and he said, what's going on? We just saw you 2 days ago. And he says, I was just told by this crazy lady who claims to be a psychic. Hold on, I'm not even seriously done. He was like, this crazy lady that told me in this gallery read that I need to come see you. And he said, well, let's take a look. He said, it doesn't hurt to check. They admitted him and did 3 bypasses on his heart that night.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know what you mean. I'm the same way.
Wow.
It's really, doing, like when I'm doing a reading, I can see a person's auric field, and we'll have, there'll be spots in it. I'll see gaps in their system to where it's leading to what disease we're dealing with. And it's just, it's a full mind, body, and spirit, immersion when I'm doing a reading like that.
Yep.
And, it was pretty much, guess what, Heidi, you're doing this now. And I was like, 10 years ago, I would have been,
right.
That wouldn't have been even on my thought processing. And,
Dave, Roy, I can't see. Rex, I'm sorry, I can't read this little bitty letter. I'm having to use my phone. Like when you guys are out doing, since you do you have any type of abilities like the ladies? Do you guys have any kind of stuff that kind of anything like that?
I can I don't make it public if you on our site or anything. I don't make it public, but
You don't have
I
to
can
now.
see-
No, I'm serious, because I do the same sometimes. There's some things I just so if you don't want to, you don't have to. But if you
Well,
want
the
to, go
thing
ahead
is
though.
that people actually come to me, and I have the ability to see whether their attachment is good or bad, whether it's a family member, etc. And I have others abilities, but that one is the strongest one that I have. And I can clear somebody. The very first time it happened, Christopher and I, my oldest son, we were just got done speaking, and the room was overflowing clear out into the hallway. We told everybody, they had more questions and stuff to ask. I said, we'll come back to our booth, and we'll gladly answer whatever questions you have. I'm on the way back. A lady comes up next to me, and she goes, you can help me. And I looked at her and I said, I can help you. What do you mean? And I knew what she was talking about. And she teared up and she goes, you're the only one that can help me. I know you can. I said, okay, come back to the booth with me. And so her and I sat in the back of the booth, and I could see the dark entity that was over her shoulder, and it was ruining her life. She had lost her job, her marriage had failed. She was bankrupt. She had nothing left. And so I cleared her, and I told her, you're going to have different sensations. If you need to cry, cry. If you want to scream, do whatever you need to do. And when I got done, you could see the change in her face. She was all bright. She was happy. She had no more of that dread. And to this day, she still contacts me, and her life completely changed. She got the job of a lifetime that she always wanted. She met the man of her dreams, and she's doing better than ever and loving life more than ever. And I ended up doing 7 people that day, and I slept for about 14 hours straight when I got back from doing the expo that day. But that's my most profound ability that I have.
Yeah, that can be really draining.
Very much so.
Yeah. So when you guys are out doing your investigations, how often do you come across a spirit that you want crossed over?
Never.
Never?
Never.
Nope. They want crossover, they'll tell me.
Not necessarily.
Yeah,
that's what I'm asking.
They'll tell Denise. They won't tell me.
I have had indications through spirits when doing my job that they are not wanting to stay around.
Okay, good.
And they literally let me know. And I just simply ask, you have a choice, as we all do.
Right.
You can either stay or go, if you want to, I'll help you move on. And I give them that choice, because I'm not want to harbor somebody's spirit for a commercial or residential moneymaker, I guess.
Right. That's a lot of the reasons I don't go to like the high profile haunted places.
Right.
Is because if they want to be crossed, I'm going to cross them.
Well, you betcha. And I have been in places that I thought were Christian people that would understand that when a spirit wants to go, they don't have authority to keep them there. And I had an instance once where I said to the owners to a property, I said, if I encounter this little girl again, she's going home. And I was basically told that if I did that, then I didn't need to return. And I said, that's fine by me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We want to play that game. We want to play that game.
Why do spirits need help crossing over?
Well, because a lot of times they don't even know they're dead. They don't even know where they're heading. They have no concept of death
Hmm.
because they haven't reached the right plateau yet to move forward, because somebody better help them over. So they're kind of lost. They're called lost souls, if anybody wants to know.
I actually had a decapitation incident that happened here on 291 up from my house. And I was driving my truck up the highway about 3-4 days after the accident that I was aware that had happened. And he hopped into my truck.
Yeah,
thankfully, he still had his head on.
Yeah, right. Well, you know, when I see him, Heidi, it's like however they went is however I see them.
Oh no, thankfully I didn't see that portion of it. But he had no idea what had happened. I mean, I knew who it was, and so I had to sit there and explain to him what had happened. Called in some help to get him crossed and got him taken care of. But that's not unusual. They don't know. You come across when they don't have anybody to pick them up. They don't know what's happened.
Right.
And they get left in limbo,
Let me interject something real quick. Whenever I said never, that I don't come across anybody that I'm not psychic. I'm a psychic as a blade of grass. So for me to pick up on something that if they want crossed over and they're able to tell me, then they should be able to tell me. That's the way I think about it. So like whenever I say never, I'm not saying that they don't. I'm saying that I'd never come across.
You just hear them. Okay,
So,
gotcha.
They'll definitely make themselves known to you, for sure, if they want to.
Yeah.
There was a clause in the contract for the Sally House that said, "You do not cross over our spirits."
I've seen a few like that.
What was I part of?
I've come across a few like
Crossing
that.
over the spirits.
That Washoe Club, they do. They've what's his face? I forgot his name. It owns that. Sorry, buddy, I forgot your name. But but they're the same way. Like they don't want anybody doing none of that at all. I mean, not even like Ouija boards and none of that stuff anymore. After it's some of it, but some of it. Maybe even these folks that like that, that have been there for a little while, maybe they have got to know these spirits and understood them a little bit better. Maybe that's where they feel comfortable coming, because I've never thought you were stuck no matter what anyway. You're always going to go somewhere you feel more comfortable. I mean, even if you're in a different kind of spot, so I mean, so I mean, maybe that's a spot. Yeah.
For the psychic ladies here, if a spirit doesn't know he's dead, how does he know he wants crossed over?
How does he know?
They don't.
If they don't know they're dead,
They
how do they
don't.
know they want crossed over?
You tell them you died.
Well, yeah. If they don't know they're dead, first of all, you tell them they're dead. They're dead.
What's their reaction when you tell them they're dead?
For a spirit to be, sometimes it's disbelief. Sometimes it's a relief to know that they are, because they don't know what's happened, because they're certainly not in their body anymore.
Is this on everybody, or
Couldn't there be a negative response to that?
Oh yeah, they cannot be happy about it. I mean, but that's about as negative as I would say it is.
You don't think that could cause a problem with, like, say, a residential? If you told an entity that they're dead, if that started causing, say they start acting out or whatever.
Anger issues.
Possibly.
I mean,
I've not experienced that for me. I can't say that it's out of the question.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Ron has a question on this.
Yeah.
Of course,
Ron.
Yeah.
Well, Denise.
What?
Can I add to that real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, so for me, I never tell them they're dead. I don't feel that that's my appropriate thing to do for them. However, when they come to me and they want to know why they're seeing other spirits, but they're not able to effectively touch us or, communicate with us, like we are in this time and not a different plane of time. So when you ask the question, how do they know they want to be crossed over? They come to you and they will tell you something isn't right about the dimension they're in. So they kind of look at you like, is this like right? And I just kind of simply say, it's whatever you want to do. Do you want to go or do you want to stay? So that's kind of how I handled that part. And I wanted to kind of emphasize on that too.
Dave, I've got a question for you. You're a fellow, like you investigate. Are you just straight up investigator, or do you do any other kind of stuff as well like that?
I do a lot of research. I delve into different topics as well. Like I've got a couple documentaries on the spook light phenomenon. Dipped my toe into the Bigfoot pool for a little bit.
Okay, me too a little. Yeah, it's something else, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I do have a question for you then. Like, if you're coming into a situation like that, now say you do come into let's say you're going, let's run your trail. Say you're in a residential area, and it's a residential haunting, and the situation seems to be not quite malevolent or demonic or nothing like crazy, but a little bit high energy. You can, say it's leaning towards the poltergeist kind of stuff, maybe in your mind, not them. Okay. Now say you're in that situation. Now, what is it? What are you going to do? Like if you're thinking that route, how do you take that on as an investigator? Because you see, as these ladies take it, they take it through them. Like they can see it, feel a little bit. So they're going to kind of have a little bit more of a, this is not the exact word, but like a little cheat sheet in their mind to help them without that. But you don't have that. So as an investigator with your tools, with your team, how do you come across that, and what do you do in that situation?
Well, I'll tell you what I did in the past, and I've stopped doing the residentials anymore because of the way people are. They want their place to be haunted, and they don't.
Some do, right?
If you offer them help and like in way of disproving their haunting and stuff like that, and find the natural explanations, they don't want that. So when I started coming across a lot of people, I just stopped doing the residentials. But what I would used to do with some people, I would offer counseling. I'd help set them up with a counselor, especially if they had deaths in the family. I would set them up with a grief counselor to give them some sessions. I also will. I've got friends that are psychologists that I would refer them to if they wanted to, talk to a psychologist about it. That way we can kind of.
So you're going to lean more into like getting everybody together and kind of more into seeing what their situation is, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what if that
because
you're
if
picking up
somebody
more?
does have an ability where they can move objects or things of that nature, then a lot of times, from what I understand, is it peaks whenever, or it kicks off whenever there's some kind of event in their life, or whether there be a tragedy or like a physical event or something of that nature. If we can follow everything up, we put the puzzle together before we say this is what you gotta analyze every outlet. And then whenever it comes to that outlet, whatever is best for the client, that's what I would do. If it's something that I have no experience in, so like if it has to do with if they are a medium or if they are having some kind of kinetic ability, that's not my avenue. So I refer them to somebody that does and that understands that, and they can work with them. But I'm not gonna. I don't bullshit people. I'm sorry, Carl. I don't BS people.
All right. Hey,
about what I do.
It's after 9 o'clock, so we're good.
Oh, kids are in bed. So I focus on what I can do, and I pass over to somebody that I trust and that I know can. So, and Angel, like who was in the chat, she's one of the people that I've passed some people over to her because she has knowledge in this particular area that I don't. So if it's out of my hands, put it in somebody's that can handle it.
That's good stuff, man. You do a lot of troubleshooting, don't you? You're one of them ones that kind of see left. You're that guy. I got you. I'm with you because I do the same thing because I like to. That's what for me now. That's a lot of the excitement part of it is getting into a situation, whether it's going to be bad or good or whatever. It's just that excitement, and then trying to figure out what is it, what am I hearing, why am I feeling this, what is it why are you feeling something different or why are you hearing something different, or why is this, all that is pure excitement, and it drives me to want to figure out what is this we're trying to learn. Is this physics? Is this stuff that has to do with space-time? Is this something that's interdimensional? Is this stuff that has to do with different religions and different all this stuff combined together? And that's kind of what I would have talked about for a few minutes. It's a joy for me personally to hear every person to tell what it is about the joy that it brings them to do this stuff, because I've noticed that every single person that I've ever talked to, no matter what you're doing, that it's always that passion is what just it's the pure excitement for the whole thing. And I have the same thing for when it comes to trying to figure out what's next. What are we going to see next? You know, my father and mother, they may be going here soon. You know, I don't know if they're going to be. So I know when I lose my dad, it's going to drive me pretty bad. You know, I'm going to be one of those investigators. It's going to be like mail meter, Gary Galka. You guys know the name. Gary Galka did mail. Okay, you know how he did the mail meter. Did it for Melissa. That was his daughter.
Right.
And the reason was because he wanted to be able to conversate, because there's a way, and I believe it myself personally, in my opinion, that there's a way that you can talk to these folks, and there's a way that they're allowed to talk to us. So, but you know, of course, you can get into the different types of arguments, but whether it be science or religion, stuff like that from there. But that's when I get to that point to where I want to know what's, even me personally, you know, I've myself in the past 5 years almost literally have died 3 times, and it scared the living hell out of me. And especially this last time, I really thought it was pretty much it. And I didn't, and even at the same time, I was having depression, so that wasn't making it even better at all. So for me to get over that, and then now be like, okay, well, now it makes me think more about my mortality and other folks' mortality. And okay, I know that our energy is immortal now, because I'm talking to a lot of people, even myself. I've seen things and heard things myself that in my opinion, let me not say I know, in my opinion, that I believe, you know, we are that immortal energy. But it's that life and death. I don't think that that's even a thing. You know, I think that we're just here to learn. We're here to trying to get back to our higher selves when we get back to trying to figure out what's going on. If we don't learn enough, or if we ended our stuff too quick, or whatever, something happens too quick, we got to come back. That comes back to that reincarnation kind of stuff. Because I kind of believe in that a little bit. You know, I've talked to folks that did past life regression and things and stuff like that. That's told me I've had some crazy things. So it's an interesting thing that, you know, anybody other folks that I've talked to, like yourself, maybe that has said things like, you know, you come back to learn. You're maybe, you know, when you get back to your higher self, that higher vibrational self that you are, you know, this is just a temporary thing. So no matter whether it's good or bad, you're going to learn, and you don't want to stop learning. You know, things are going to stop you and it seems like myself personally, even today, and the past few times, things have tried to stop me from being able to talk and tell things like this, because I believe that there's a better way for everybody to be able to work together, whether it be in the paranormal field or in regular life, that we can get to figure out what's out there, what can we explore to see what's past Mars, what's past the solar system when we get out, because our solar system is getting to be smashed in together with Andromeda right now. Like, we're actually smashing in together with another solar system, or galaxy. So like, what is next for us? That's what really tries to, that's what gets my adrenaline pumping, and that's why I love meeting you guys, people like yourselves and other folks, because we don't know what that other side is, and whether it be that heaven or hell, or whether it be just a different dimension, or the multiverse like Michio Kaku talks about. I got books here behind me. It talks all about all kinds of that stuff, but who knows what it is? But it's interesting.
Without a doubt that there is a higher plane for sure. We return every time when we leave, if we haven't done things according to the book of life, is what I call it, then we are going to come back every time to repeat. And every mistake we make during this lifetime, when we come back, we come back to correct those mistakes. And until we are Christ-like and or perfect in image, then we go on. We go on to heaven. And I've said that all my life. And when I've done past regression on people, everything that they're doing in this life, along with life coaching that I do in this lifetime, they remember the mistakes that they made in the past lifetime that they are not repeating in this lifetime. And it's really super cool to see that, because
That's cool.
that makes so much freaking sense. Because if you come back and you're able to dig back down into your prior lifetime, or you have deja vus and things like that, you know, your body is, your mind, your intuitional, you're built to do this. So you're built to know that fight or flight. And that's why we are wired like that fight or flight. Whether or not we've already done this or not, or are we going to fly? Are we going to fight it, or are we going to flight?
Yeah.
You know, and so when you cross, since I've already been there, done that. First of all, I want to tell everybody something, and Denise knows this. I have been there and done this, and there is absolutely nothing to be afraid of. Nothing. And even when I came back, I'm like, what for? You know, honestly, I said, what for? Why am I still here? And, you know, all through the years of doing what I do, now I know why I'm here. But if I would have had been given the choice and not told that this wasn't my time, I would not be here today, because I really liked it over there. That was amazing.
Guys, I'm going to have to bounce and get ready for the live stream.
Me
but,
too. Denise, I have to leave too, because it's 9:30 and I got to do some stuff before I head. So.
Well, I hope you guys like talking to me.
It's really great to meet you guys.
Well, we're
really
not done yet.
You guys.
You can still stay.
You stay on.
Right on. Right on.
Thank you.
I'm good for a little bit for sure.
Bye, David. Love you.
Bye,
Give
Dave.
it-
Bye, Dave.
give it a
Bye,
little hug.
Cheryl.
All
Check
right.
out your show later on.
Denise. I'll call you later tomorrow, Denise.
Okay.
It was nice to meet you guys. Have a great rest of your night.
Night,
Yes.
Sarah Ann.
everybody.
Bye-bye.
So the question Ron had is why this is going to be back to crossing over. Okay.
Okay.
So his question is why do spirits need help crossing over? Because, you know, when his dad died, I saw him go. I saw where I saw him go, and I don't think he had any trouble crossing over. Is it possibly because some people believe that they did good in their life and they're ready to go? And they're like, okay, I'm good. And that's it. And the people who are unsure how they lived their life are the ones that are stuck. Or the ones that knew that they were bad, serial killers and crap, decided, I'm not crossing over.
Well, from what I've seen, all right, those that are stuck like in limbo either have something that they didn't get finished here when they crossed. They have stuff that they want to tell somebody. When they usually do cross, like when my husband passed away, his grandma was there to pick him up. I watched her take him. Usually it's a point of, they've got somebody to pick them up. They know that they're going to cross. It's, in their timeline, they're ready to go. But if something happens to where there's an accident and it's not generally in their timeline to go, that's when they'll get stuck or get in limbo. Or, one of my ex-boyfriend's wives passed away this past year, and she popped in my bedroom and says, I need to talk to Robert. So I had to call Texas, and I got a conversation between his passed away wife and him on the phone for 2 hours.
Oh, that's not fun.
No. But she had stuff she needed to tell him. And so, and we waited on her mom from the other side to show up 3 days later to get her.
Mm.
So that would fall along the line of if you're sick, like elderly and stuff like that, and you're going to die.
Yeah.
They probably know it's time to go to the light. But the ones that are in accident, shot, killed, died unexpectedly.
Yes.
They're the ones that are walking around going, what is that bright light up there?
Right.
Okay.
Or what's happened and where am I at type of ordeal. Yeah. Like when my grandma was getting ready to pass this year, my great grandma showed up at my front door and knocked on the door, which is my rule. And I had not seen her since she was alive and I was little. And so I was like, okay, great grandma's here. It's her daughter that's getting ready to pass. She came to be with her as she was passing. And I actually had to give her directions to where she was at because she didn't know exactly where to go. So it's not out of the realm of things for, they don't know all, just like we don't know all. Spirits don't know all either.
Well, I'll tell you, when I saw Ron's dad pass, it was people use the word surreal a lot. I don't, but it was surreal. We had stayed overnight in the nursing home with, it was me and Ron, our niece, her dad, and Ron's mom. And I had to keep focused on something else because I was seeing all the stuff that I couldn't explain.
Right.
And I didn't want to be staring, at above the bed, at the head of the bed, here's Ron's uncles. And I didn't know them all, but I knew who they were. But when I looked at Karen, his mom, her family's around her. She's not the one dying, but they were there because she was going to need them. She said to me, she goes, I don't know where that strength came. And I said, it came from your father. He was right there. Me? Yeah, you guys, you were on the side of the bed where your mom's family was.
I was on the other side.
And so
you didn't see anyone around me.
You're there, but they were there everywhere. Ron's mom's from a family size of 10 kids. So they had 5 or 6 had already passed by then. And then you had Ron's dad from a family. How big was his family? 7. Then the 2 aunts didn't come. They were fighting. They were somewhere else. That's what we were told, is that Avis and Doris were fighting somewhere. And so, but that's what we saw, Yeah. And so there was all these spirits in there, but there's only 5 of us.
7.
But when he died, there was this hand that came down from the ceiling. I mean, the ceiling wasn't there. Okay. Mm-hmm. When I was looking, there was no ceiling. Hand came down and I saw him go. Mm-hmm. And he was so peaceful. And, when you watch somebody die, you always think that it's horrible.
Yeah, it's not though.
He went to sleep.
Yeah.
And he just didn't wake up. My mom, same thing. I didn't see my mom die, but she just went to sleep and died. And if I have to go, that's the way I want to go.
Yeah.
And I hope that I get to cross over like that, nice and peacefully, and then come back and wreak havoc on everybody else.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, for us to see, when my husband passed away, he literally pulled his hands out and reached for his grandma and he was gone. That was it. But to see the stuff that I see when I'm in, a house that there's been major tragedy, or have a client say, I want to know what happened at this murder scene, and I end up seeing the whole thing. There's times like, I need to see the peaceful things too. It's important to be able to see all of it.
I will say,
it is. It's good to see positive a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I was even talking about here not too long ago, like trying to put together like a little series or something like that together where it'd be a little bit more positive paranormal investigating, where people are more, of course I've been known to wear a black t-shirt or two myself, but I mean, it seems like, when you watch them, which I have friends doing some of these shows too, and they're good in their own right, but yeah, I think it would be fun to put together like some type of series to where whether you're paranormal, cryptid, UFO, whatever type of investigating, and it's more like an upbeat type kind of show. Everybody's having a lot more fun. You're not searching out demons or malevolent spirits all the time. Which of course, because it's 50-50. Yes, there's bad, but man, there's 50% good too, and like there's a lot of it out there. Like there's like you're even talking about stuff that you see, people, even myself, like I see my grandmother, my dad's mother, all the time when I need to like feel strong. If I've got some really, really bad stuff going on, depression's got me something really bad, I will literally see Granny, and it's just like there's like this armor sheet, like I just feel like I could go fight or some shit again, you know. So I mean, being able to like get people together like that and portray that, you know, how the paranormal can be positive too. Paranormal is not just strictly, you know, evil and all. It's all about it, you know. It's not. And then like even when, and this gets me a little bit myself, like okay, I digress a little bit. So, like when people will put paranormal and like gory stuff together, you know, like if they expect me because I'm a paranormal investigator, they'll send me some like gory photos of some like Hellraiser stuff. You know, yes, I do like some of that stuff and all, but I'm like, you know, that's what people expect when you say paranormal and you're ghost hunting or you're always hunting demons, you're going out for evil, or folks, you know, I'm an ordained minister. You know, you get other folks in religions that, you know, they're like, oh, you're searching out evil when you're out doing that. I'm not. No. I'm actually looking to help or looking to you know get folks together to help. You know, it's something. It's just that positive, you know, getting that positive going, and I think you can do that in the paranormal and doing investigating too. And I think it would be a neat little idea. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you don't hear about
when me,
stories.
Denise, and Ron investigate.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny.
You don't hear about the stories where, you know, we're sitting at home and, you know, all of a sudden the whole family's out in the side yards having a spirit picnic, and, you know, I've got an Adams family reunion, and yes, that's my partner's name, but an Adams family reunion in the side yard with the tents up, and it's all spirit.
Heck yeah, that's good stuff.
You don't hear about that stuff, or how, you know, Grandpa's out there making coffee in the spirit world.
Right.
We got a question here for Heidi. How hard is it to see the whole scene?
The whole scene
or the person?
Do something else.
When are they talking about like a murder scene or something?
Yeah.
It's just depends on how connected I can get. I had a best friend that there was a murder in Topeka, and she sat down. I said, I want to know it all, and we went in, and I went from point blank to. And then she's like, yep, that's how it happened. Yep, that's how it happened. Yep, that's how it happened. But she didn't have the answer. And I went from, you know, the boy coming in the room and to the point where he was beating the lady with a bat, you know. It was bloody. It was nasty. So I'm seeing the whole thing. And it's not easy.
No, it's not. Because my first experience was truly witnessing the murder of my grandmother and then the murder of my father.
Yeah.
Through an out of body experience. You know, when you think about that, stop. Sorry, I have help.
I know.
Yeah, he's being ornery now. No,
hey,
he's not.
Ruby.
Been nice.
So, but yeah, when you think about that, you're seeing somebody you love be murdered right in front of you, and you can't explain it to anybody other than, hey, I saw this, and they're going, no, you didn't. So,
but you, Denise, you can't bring it up like Heidi or Cheryl Ann can you?
Bring what up?
Like looking at a picture and see what happened to them?
Not unless they tell me.
Oh, okay.
At least so far. That doesn't mean anything. I just don't practice very much.
Right. Well, I've never heard you talk about it, being able to do that. I didn't know.
Yeah, one of the hardest things is I had one of my cousin's daughters was murdered, and she popped into my room the night she was murdered, and I had to get her grandpa who was to come and get her, and I got the phone call about her being killed the next morning. And that sort of thing, that's one that will not ever go away. You know, she was 21, 22. Oh. And she pops in and says, Heidi, where am I at? You know, because she knew where she was going. She knew to come to me.
Right.
And so there's things like that, you know, private family stuff that ends up happening. But, you know, you can separate a little bit better when it's not your family member.
Right. So, Rex.
Yes.
You was in the sheriff's department for what? 30 years?
31 years.
31 years. Did your department ever use a psychic medium?
No.
Never did.
No, and I work for 2 different sheriff's departments, and no.
If you had the opportunity, would that be something that you would be interested in doing? Like, have you been involved in any kind of situation like that before?
As far as using a medium, you mean, or
been with the medium on investigating.
Figure out.
Oh yeah.
Had you ever thought of it?
Had I ever? No, actually. I mean, even though I do what I do, I kept it separate from what I'm doing.
Right.
I took an oath to go out there and protect and serve and do my best to my ability.
Right.
I'm sorry to say, but no, it never really crossed my mind. I mean,
okay. Well, that's an honest answer. There's a lot of police force and sheriff's departments out here that wouldn't even want to use a person with those abilities. But then there's others that go, it may work.
It comes right down to proof. I've been a professional genealogist for 13 years now, and I have to separate the proof and the psychic. It comes right down to proof. Now there's forensic genealogists now, which is somebody you could hire because there's proof stuff there. But a forensic psychic, no.
Right.
It's not your, it's not in the mindset most of the time.
And I can understand that 20, 30, 40 years ago, right? But now with all the paranormal shows on and more psychics coming out of the closet and everything, you thought you'd hear more stories of police departments using them.
Well, part of the issue I think with that is, Denise and I've talked about is the whole Fright Night stuff, entertainment deals with the shows.
Right.
They're not taking it seriously.
Right. And that's a problem with a lot of the paranormal shows.
Yeah, very much so.
You got so many people that you put on an event, they come to it. Well, you're not doing it the way they did it on the show. How come this isn't popping out at us?
Right.
How come it's not talking to us?
Right.
And then you sit there and try to explain. That's TV, that's entertainment. This is the real investigation.
Yeah. So if you bring in a psychic on a police case, that's where they go. They put it into a joke field.
And Facebook user, there's a lot of housing rods do a lot.
There's a lot of folks that just get stuck on just what the TV shows them because they don't really have that experience. So it's not really it's not really bad on them. It's just they just don't have the opportunity or the exposure to that that type of real investigating. Is it when they're watching say an hour long show, technically it's 40 minutes, and now say they have that for that 40 minutes of a show, that investigator have been in there for probably 8 to 11 hours just for half of some of that, and they're not a lot of the folks don't know that or don't understand that part, that we're that even behind the scenes sitting and say I go on an investigation and I investigate for 6 hours. I take 2 cameras. I take 3 audio recorders.
Right.
Now I have 5 pieces of equipment that has 6 hours of video and audio each. So now I have 12, 24. So now that it gets to all that. So they don't. A lot of the times they don't understand that either. But I think that it takes folks like us, giving these folks that info or that opportunity to be able to either go on an investigation or kitties or to experience stuff like that, maybe even in person, like on the, because sometimes I like to take folks here in Gatlinburg up to the ghost town of Elkmont once in a while when folks come up here to do investigations, and just for them to to go around to really see what to do instead of just pulling out a K2 and a recorder like everybody always does, because K2s, if they pull those out, usually I tell them put it back in their pockets anyway, and because usually you can start teaching these folks to them, like teaching them how to use themselves as tools, like you do, Heidi, or myself, or even Rex. You said you have a little bit of like when you have these it's best to use yourself as that number one tool anyway when you're doing all these things. So I don't know. It's be fun to really get some stuff going on, some upbeat stuff, new upbeat stuff, getting folks like, good stories like Heidi's, these kind of stories out, getting folks to tell more about that kind of stuff instead of all the bad. It's immediately when something bad happens, that's when somebody wants to run to tell folks. It's because that people want to hear that bad. But if we start remembering, like, people want to hear that good just as much, we can get a lot of good things moving forward, I think.
Well, with the mention of that, I mean, this is a daily basis for me. This is not, where I'm running a recorder on something. Any place I go, I can see a spirit.
Yeah, and they're everywhere.
Well, I can talk about Walmart.
Look at how many people's died at the beginning of time.
Right.
Yeah, they're everywhere for sure.
You talk about that though. Why aren't we seeing dinosaur ghosts? Is there an expiration date on how?
I wonder if we haven't seen them. I bet they were actually evolving into reptilians anyway. So they're probably in the Hollow Earth. So they're probably in the Hollow Earth anyway as reptilians. So who knows what it is nowadays?
Literally, I have been seeing new species here recently in the past 6 months. So there are new things coming out. And it's been very bizarre.
Is it because they figured out how to utilize this dark matter? How they're getting?
I think it has to do with all the photon belt changes, all the frequency changes. Things are popping up. Yeah.
Yeah, I read a story on the black matter this morning. I probably should have.
Something else.
No.
That's good. It's good. It's good for your brain though to learn like that.
Yeah. The reason I think that people always go to, hey, horrible's better, is because with paranormal, the first thing people think of is horror.
Yep.
And
immediately.
It's how we are conditioned from all these horror movies that, look, this ghost did this to these people. I mean, think about Poltergeist. Is there anything happy in Poltergeist except that they got out? And that's
right. Right. They still kept going really at the end of it too, didn't?
Yeah, which is why there was 3 or 4 movies. So. That's what people.
Even today, if I say the word witch, even today, where's most people's mind go? And
I know it.
It's like that whole situation where, like, no, there's it's all energy, and people don't.
It's intent. It's always the intent. People always think that just because of a word can intent bad, and it's not, and that's not always the case, especially like you're saying, which is they always immediately think it's going to be your green-faced black hat with the little bitty. It's not like that. I've got friends of mine that are Wiccan. That's a completely different thing than what people are expecting it to be.
Yeah, well, I'm pagan and I am a witch, and that you weren't on earlier to hear me say that. So
right.
Yeah, I mean it's just daily life.
Yeah.
Well,
who's watching? Somebody's watching some good TV. I can't hear what it is.
This all went so good today. I'm so glad that you guys got, and we're going to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
And any of you that want to join tomorrow night's panels, welcome to come. It's going to be at 9:00 Central. And Rex, you can't come. You're going to be busy.
Yeah.
Well, I might just pop in.
Well, please
you
do,
can
because
pop in. But we'll have to send them a different link because it'll be a different link.
Yeah, it'll be a different link. So I'll have to send it to you. So
okay.
But I think everybody did a great job, Nick. I'm just so glad you made it, and I'm glad you.
Thank you. I apologize. Yes, thank you so much. I apologize to all of you guys. That guy kind of ruined his and my day a little bit, and I apologize for you.
You don't have to apologize.
No.
Yeah, I didn't tell anybody what was going on, so.
That's all right. These folks are nice folks. They're if they're in the paranormal field, they're my family, so you can tell them anytime.
And paranormal stuff, when it comes to having fun, if we're not having fun, we're not doing it. That's the way
That's it.
Exactly.
That's
I always
You
have
got
a good
that.
time when we, we're laughing. Sometimes we're drinking, and though, you are at the home of Old Smoky. I mean, we know where the spirit.
Hey, I got you covered there. Wank, wank.
Yep.
I got you covered there.
So, yeah, we've only drank in one place, but
Oh, I got a whole storage building over here full of it, so you just let me know.
tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central, when we are going to start this all over again. We're going to start with a virtual tour of the haunted YMCA there in Rock Island. And our second guest that night will be Rosemary Paranormal Society, Christopher Pittman, and whoever he brings with him. And then we'll have Chris Houston's going to come on. He's going to talk about the NICAM cameras and some other stuff. Katie and Katie Stafford are going to come on, and they're going to share some of their equipment with us, with Brandon Cooper of the network, of course. And then we have Alex Matsuo. She's going to come on and talk about what to talk to spirits about besides trauma. So I think that's important. See, going back to that positive stuff.
That's it.
And then
I love Alex. Alex is positive.
She's always positive.
Yeah.
She's not, but usually she is. And then we got the super panel at 9:00 again, and we're going to do this again. And I hope you guys all had a great time. And if you'd like to see us do this again in the future, please let us know. We'll set it up.
Put the veterans thing up.
Let me see. Let me find it here.
Yeah, she's got to find it because this whole Paracon is to help veterans out. So she's going to put one up. If you can donate to the Veteran Society, if she puts up, it would be greatly appreciated.
So here is this one. This is the Veterans Community Project here at Kansas City, but they have them in 6 other cities, and they're taking donations. And as you can see, they are building little houses for veterans, getting homeless veterans off the street. And really important. It's doing great here in Kansas City. And then let me see if I can get the second slide to come up. Here we go. And these are our other charities that we're working with here. We've got the Veterans Haven of Honor, and we also have the Washington County Historical Society out of Oklahoma, the Dewey Hotel. And then I've also shared with you guys the Veteran Crisis Line. So if you're having any trouble, please dial 988 and then press 1 to get instantaneous somebody to talk to you. So
right.
Yeah.
For veterans, by veterans, and for supporting veterans.
Good deal.
That's good stuff.
And
Gotta be good.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta cross over when I'm done.
Yeah. Well, we want to thank everybody, all our hosts here, for coming to the Paracon, and everybody in the chat room. So I'm going to play another little commercial, and as it's over, the show will be over. So we want to thank everybody, and we'll see you here at 5 o'clock tomorrow night. Everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Thank you.
The time when Rhonda's was falling apart, I answered the call. I left and you called me a hero. When I returned, you didn't care. Now you treat me as an outcast? 22. That's how many of my brothers and sisters die each day. 22. Every day I struggle with my demons. Every day is a war that I feel I'm losing. Every day I wonder if I'll be number 22. I fought so you could keep your freedom. The least you could do is acknowledge my existence.